Good morning. I hope everybody's well this morning. This is the call to order of the workshop meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board here this morning in Richmond on January 6th. I appreciate everybody being here this morning. And if you will rise with me and say the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll get started. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all for being here this morning. The first item on our workshop agenda this morning is the item number 1. It's the Regulatory Reduction Program and proposed regulatory amendments, rules and regulations for the administration of waysides and rest areas, and rules and regulations for the administration of parking lots and environs. Mr. Hofrichter's with us here this morning, but let me just, before he gets started, let me just sort of say something, a little bit of overview. VDOT has had a regular sort of program of reviewing its regulations over the years that I've been on the board, which is a really good thing. And so they've been in that business and just reviewing what their regs are over time. They sort of cycle through those, if you will. The governor, when he came to office, one of the things that he asked us to do was to find ways to reduce regulations that were unnecessary or duplicative or burdensome. And so there was an effort to do that across the administration. Mr. Reed Bull has led that effort in the last year or two. And they have announced recently that about 35% of regulation across the Commonwealth has been, state regulation across the Commonwealth by volume has been eliminated. And that isn't something that was easy to do. And it was done thoughtfully, I believe. And at the end of the day, that'll make it a lot easier for our citizens to do their business with VDOT while still maintaining the quality and the things that are important to us here for all of us. And to that point, Commissioner Britch and Mr. Hofrichter, those folks would tell you that the large majority of those regulations that were eliminated were in VDOT. VDOT has a huge book of regulations, as you can imagine, as rightfully so because of the work that VDOT does. But I just wanted to commend the commissioner, the deputy commissioner, Robert, everybody that's involved in regulation in VDOT for just keeping their eye on the ball on this and making sure that, one, we have good regulation because we need it, and two, that we don't have too much that is overly burdensome or just things just sort of creep in and they end up staying there and staying there and staying there. So congratulations to all of y'all for doing this work, and Robert will hear your item now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. So the rules and regulations for the administration of waysides and rest areas, and then the regulations for the administration of parking lots and environments are relatively duplicative because while there's some nuance between them, they are very similar in terms of what they're covering. So we asked for a proposed regulatory action back in December. CTB approved it. Proposed stage was published, 60-day comment period. We received no comments. So we'd like to move ahead and go ahead and finish this off. We're at the final stage, includes amendments and associated documents which now be filed to complete the process. The rules for the waysides and rest areas, and then the rules for the administration of parking lots and environs, both, once again, dealing with parking and use of parking lots in general, and in terms of allowing someone to do something different, we go under a permit, which is under our land use permit regulations. In terms of the significant changes, we've combined the two regulations into one, and rewrote them so that they're clearer, easier to understand, use up less words. We did add an allowance for state government entities to request permission for activities at these facilities. A new allowance for permitting events at parking lots on the weekends, since park and ride lots are not used at those times, generally speaking. Expansion of allowance for mobile food vending for across the state instead of just in Plan District 8, which is Northern Virginia. And then achieving administrative updates, cut wording, clarifying language, and making it meet the current registrar's requirements. Final amendment is approved. It will go back to final stage in town hall, executive branch approval, public comment for 30 days, and then it will become effective.
Questions? Mr. Minshew.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Just one question. I noticed that there's different rules in Planning District 8 for mobile food vendors. I'm just curious why that is, what's different about Planning District 8 that makes them have different rules than the rest of the Commonwealth?
So thank you for the question. The reason the regulation currently has the different rules for Planning District 8 is that there was a law that was passed that required us to do that.
Answer my question. Thank you.
One of your colleagues, Mr. Minshew.
Yes. That's one bit of code I didn't know, Mr. Secretary.
Anyone else? Mr. Davis.
Secretary, when we last discussed this was last brought to us several months ago, was there discussion about the impact of businesses outside the state highway right-of-way as it relates to operating the food trucks in the lots? And was that ever completed?
Offerter.
Sir, we took a quick look at the impacts as they were in Northern Virginia District, and we didn't find any. Overall, we're talking about, over the, I guess, about 6 years that it's been in place, it was about 100 permits, so it wasn't a vast amount of activity. And we received no complaints or anything like that from neighboring businesses that they were taking business away from them or anything like that, so.
And then, and did I read in our packet that this activity would take place on parking lots that are not part of the interstate system?
Correct.
Okay, all right. All right, very good. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, Mr. Offerter, thank you. You're not going anywhere. Item number 2 is our proposed regulatory amendments, rules and regulations controlling outdoor advertising and directional and other signs and notices, 24 VA C30-120. Mr. Offerter.
All right, so VDOT has rules and regulations for controlling outdoor advertising and directional signs and notices. These are based on both federal rules and state laws. They were created as a VDOT policy a CTB policy back in 1976, establishes regulations in 95. Once again, it's all the sort of rules for it contained in Chapter 12 of Title 33.2. The last periodic review was in 2021, and the last substantive amendments occurred in 2004. July 2025, in order to fulfill the periodic review requirements, the board, approved a notice for intended regulatory action. We filed it. There was a 30-day public comment period. I'm having trouble talking right now. I need to get that settled.
Drink some water, Mr. Offerter.
Yes, sir. And we're here to talk about filing for the proposed stage and then is the next step in the regulatory action. We did receive one set of comments. It was from Scenic America. The comments were to set the specific daytime and nighttime illumination value for digital billboards. We recommend rejecting that. Current law already says that if it impairs vision, we can get them to change it. If we set a specific value, it could be a situation where, because of the location of the sign, that value doesn't really work. So we want to keep it sort of more flexible. We haven't had an issue with it in the past, and when we have received complaints that signs were too bright, we have contacted the vendor and said, hey, your sign's too bright, you need to turn it down, and they've complied. So we just don't see that there's a need for it right now. They asked for implementing time restrictions on LED displays. That's sort of a peculiar one, but once again, we're going back to, if it impairs vision, we can tell them to stop it. We'd just like to keep that for right now. Clarify that converting a static billboard to digital or electronic display constitutes a substantial change in existing use. This only applies to non-conforming billboards. Those are billboards that were, when they were erected, were legal, but now because of changed zoning or other kind of rules, they're no longer legal, but they're grandfathered in essence. The current law and rules for it mean that they can't make any substantial changes. Converted to digital is a substantial change. We don't see the need to add the extra language to say that. So recommend rejecting this request as well. And then finally, to prohibit maintenance that requires cutting trees or brush around billboards on state right-of-way. Well, the problem with that one is there's a specific law that says we have to allow that. So once again, we recommend not following that request. The changes that we have made is a significant reorganization and streamlining of the regulations to make it easier for people to read and understand. Assembled the items that impact all signs into one section instead of having scattered throughout the text. Removed supplemental sign reference, because that's stuff that's now covered under the manual and uniform traffic control devices. That's one of those old things that had stayed in there for a long time, so we knocked it out. And then due to the extent of the changes that we're making in terms of the reorganization, we propose repealing the chapter as it is and then promulgate it as a new chapter 122 that allows us to make all those changes in terms of the location where things are referenced. For non-conforming signs, we do have one specific change recommended, and that is that right now they can be blank for 18 months, and then after that they have to do something with it. We're recommending moving that up to 24 months, so that gives them an extra 6 months. But on the other side of the issue, under current regulations, they have 120 days to put a message up when we tell them, hey, you've got an issue here, you need to fix it. We recommend moving that back to 30 days, so they lose basically 3 months of stuff that they had before. But that's because it makes it consistent with other requirements in the code regarding these kinds of signs. Oh, sorry, wrong direction. Wait a minute. All right. If the amendments are approved by the CTB, VDOT staff will file a proposed stage in the town hall. They'll go through review, a 60-day public comment period, and then they can be adopted as final regulations with or without further amendments or not at all.
Next slide.
It's not moving.
Mine says questions. There you go. There you go. Now we're good. Any questions? Great. Thank you, Mr. Hofrichter. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Next item on the agenda is item number 3, Transportation Alternatives Program, the FY 27-28 application cycle. Mr. Terry Short. Good morning, Mr. Short. Hope
Good
you're well.
morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Thank you so much for having us today. Have a series of slides and presentation for you that I think historically the TA program is a very well-received, well-liked, well-appreciated program across the Commonwealth. And so it's with great pleasure that I have to kick off this biennial selection process with you. Many of you have been through this process before, some of you have not, and we're here to help you along that way. For those that do not know, the CTB members select the projects distinctly with allocations made available to you for distribution. We have a process for which I'll review that today throughout the presentation. We've delivered a packet in front of you, the hard copy. We went to the old school version of it, but we'll also be communicating via email following the meeting, an electronic version of it, and we've also built an online dashboard. So if you're out handy-dandy with your mobile devices or your phone and you want to review scorecards with your district members or colleagues, you'll be able to do that. Before I begin, I just wanted to acknowledge Ms. Brittany Voles. She's my ADA for programs and the federal programs team. And of course, our district partners. There's a lot of work that goes into this, and I'm truly grateful. So first, I'd like to provide a short overview of the program. The TA is a federal program that has been in existence one form or another since the early 1990s. It's a program that funds projects that are principally for non-motorized modes of travel. And there are 8 eligible categories for funding, and I'll go through that in the next slide. And there's just a few examples of some hallmark projects. So these are the eligible applicants and high-level categories, again, for funding. Most of our applications fall within the first 2 project categories. Again, those fund bicycle and pedestrian improvements. And this year, there are no applicants for turnout or viewing areas, community involvement, environmental mitigation, or boulevards. You'll find that in your packets. And just as a side note, these are generally low-use program eligibility categories, but they are available. So I'll have a series of slides here that kind of talk and walk through the funding and how the funding works. But rest assured, our staff and VDOT staff will work diligently to ensure that all the population categories are satisfied in order to meet federal requirements and distribution requirements. And so have an enjoyable time selecting projects, and we'll worry about the math on the backside of it. So to give you a little confidence with that. So before I jump in, I wanted to pause and give a quick overview of the population areas, how funding is distributed, lay out the responsibilities a bit, and as I mentioned. And while I hope you find this interesting, like I said, we'll take care of the math and make sure that the populations or areas receive the correct funding. As is the case for several other federal programs, the TA program requires that a portion of the overall funding be assigned to specific geographic regions. In this case, under 5 to 50,000, 50,000 to 200,000, and population areas over 200,000. Population areas over 200,000 are what's known as transportation management areas, and they're shown here in pink. I'll hit on that and with a little bit more explanation in the following slide. There's $28.2 million available to be allocated exclusively to these areas of the state, each carrying their own distinct available balance, and I'll cover that more here in a moment. Actually, go back to that slide. That is weird. In green, I did want to go through all the colors since I got it on the screen here, are census designated places with populations between 50,000 and 200. There's $4.8 million available for this area. In the bluish color, the little sliver, those are population areas of 5 to 50,000. There's about $2.1 million for that area. Populations under 5,000, there's approximately $13.5 million available for those areas of the state. And then last is the statewide available funding, which may be used anywhere in the state, regardless of the population areas. And there's approximately $39.5 million available this round to help fund those projects. Again, using the scorecards that we're providing to you today, you are strongly encouraged to collaborate with MPOs, if those are in your respective areas, your colleagues and at-large members, and of course your district colleagues, because you'll find that in some instances, some districts did not have, you'll have about $4 million per member to allocate and select funds, select projects. And some districts, we didn't get $4 million worth of applications. So you're encouraged. We've had that in previous rounds sometimes. So in those instances, you're welcome to encourage to collaborate and socialize projects with your colleagues and counterparts in other parts of the state. Experiencing Rob's issue here because I'm hitting one button, but it's not doing what it's supposed to do. So in terms of the federal funding, provides an off-the-top distribution for the Recreational Trails Program, which goes directly to the Department of Conservation and Recreation. That's generally about less than $2 million a year. Then the funds available to the state must be distributed across the state, with 59%, as I showed in the previous illustration, of the funding going to specific population areas and 41% available statewide. Virginia allocates funding through a biennial process with applications coming through our SMART portal, so to make it super familiar for our colleagues and partners out in the local level. Funding allocations are made by the board and TMAs, with TMAs applying across the full MPO area and not just within the TMA designated place. So Again, a transportation management area are those MPOs that have a population exceeding 200,000 people. There are 2 TMAs that typically elect to only fund projects within their respective area, and that's Fredericksburg and Nova. This program provides 80% federal funding with a required 20% local match from a non-federal source. Projects are capped at $2.5 million in federal funding for the life of the project per board policy. And then also per board policy, we require all projects to reach the construction phase within 4 years, which is kind of a little unique, but an element that we're really, really proud of. And what we've done over the last several cycles, we've put a lot of focus and emphasis on quality of applications, readiness of applications. You'll see that, and I'll hit on that a little bit with as I talk about the outcomes from this round. We're really proud of. Regarding the Safe Routes to School non-infrastructure program, you'll see those in your packet. Those are different than our typical TA projects in that they don't build anything specifically in that category. They're used for local bicycle and pedestrian coordinator positions, as well as events and educational activities that encourage bicycling and walking to school. Safe Routes to Schools non-infrastructure was incorporated into the TA program in 2012 and has been fully funded through TA selections for the last 2 funding rounds. There were 3 applications for Safe Routes to School, non-infrastructure, and they are included as well in your packet. Regarding the selection policy, board policy requires that we fully fund the applications selected up to $2.5 million per project. Available applications are equally distributed to the board members, except that the district members will select individually, while at-large members select projects as a block following our February CTB meeting. So this block selection process helps to ensure that our population areas, as I mentioned earlier, receive the right amount of distribution in coordination with projects that were selected by the TMAs and projects that were selected by the district members. So in other words, the first priority of our at-large members have is to ensure that we meet all of our population area allocations. And again, we work on the math, so no worries. So getting into a little bit of the applications themselves, we received this year. This slide provides an overview of those applications. We started out with 109 pre-applications, which after a significant amount of work by our local assistance division and our colleagues in the district offices, resulted in 81 final eligible applications. We have $131.5 million in total requests for projects valued at $248 million. So a lot of leverage funds are coming to bear for the program. And we have about $88 million to distribute. About $60 million of that is available to the CTB to distribute, again, short of the TMA selections. So the next 2 slides show how that funding is split. So for the MPO TMA selection areas, this is the apportionment by MPO area, and we're going to get you these this slide deck following today's presentation as well as the online tool. But in total, equates to about $28.2 million. And then here are the allocations available for the board for distribution. You'll see that we have both statewide allocations and allocations for specific population areas, as I mentioned. After taking away the board-directed $2 million for the balance entry, which we use to address future project needs outside of the selection process, we have about $59.9 million, which is just under $4 million per board member. We're working really hard on a couple of pending cancellations that may recover some additional funds. So I say $4 million, so just say $4 million, and that'll be a good number to shoot for. This round, we're asking that each member, district member, prioritize every project in their district for funding above and beyond the $4 million. And again, I have a couple of pending, potential pending cancellations that are coming on board that may provide additional funds. And what we want to do is we don't want to miss an opportunity pursuant to the last board policy in 2023. You all afforded us the opportunity to if funds became available from a project cancellation following the selection round, we were able to pivot and address and fund that next project. So if you can prioritize for us, that will really help us, again, beyond that $4 million. Yep. So here's the map that's also included on, I think, nearly every single scorecard that you'll see in your packet. So now that we've reviewed all those available allocations, here's the map that shows the location of each population area in orange, pink being the TMAs, and then the MPOs relative to the locations of the scored TAP projects. And those are all indicated in the green dots across the state. So now to get into the selection process itself, which can be boiled down into 4 easy steps. Board, district members and the MPOs make their selections and provide them to the local assistance division here at VDOT. And during this first step, our district offices will reach out to each district board member to provide any assistance that you might need. And they will coordinate with the MPOs during this part of the selection process as well, so we can prevent any overlapping selections. That rarely happens, and if it does, we ease it out pretty quickly, so no worries. So we'll scrub those selections and provide the rest of the projects available for selection to the at-large members for their use at that February meeting following the action meeting. And then we'll include those selected projects as part of the 6-year improvement plan spring meetings, and then bring it back to the board in June for your approval. So again, to aid in your selections, we have a packet of material that's in front of you. It's going to be also available on the board website, and of course an email that'll follow. It has 81 applications. A copy of the current board policy is also included, along with a list of all the current active TA projects by district, with projects color-coded as under construction or in development, all submitted trail projects, and a contact list for LAD staff should you need assistance. I'll also send you each, as I mentioned, an email after the meeting to include the selection guidance and points of contact for submitting your selections, or if you have any questions along the way, we're here to help. The scorecards are available electronically, again, as I mentioned, through a dashboard, and I'll be sharing that with you all. So now, getting into the bound notebook for all the application scores. The first page includes instructions on how to read and orient yourself to the scorecards. It's very straightforward and should look familiar in that we've tried to make it look very similar to the Smart Scale book that you should be familiar with. There's also a how-to guide for the Safe Routes to School non-infrastructure scorecards, which I'll hit here in a moment. Then you'll have a statewide summary of all the projects, their scores, how their scores were ranked, statewide by the district and by district. This summary also identifies any existing project that's asking for additional funding, and for each project, it tells you what page to find the detailed scorecard. The rest of the booklet is divided by district and starts with a map showing the location of all the district applications, followed by a detailed score sheet for each application. These projects are in order by their total score. And again, here's a review of the infrastructure scorecard, where it includes the project name, description, the applicant, the total score, and the project score ranking compared to all applications within the district and across the state. Additional project details are also included, as well as the project category and population eligibility. We'll show you how the project is scored within each scoring criteria here in a moment.
Sellers.
How do you determine serves a school? Is that just the county or the locality decides that?
If it serves as a school, it's noted in the application itself.
Okay, so the
it's
locality does that.
It's a locality inputted element.
And is that the same with existing project? Or is that, it has to be in the 6-year plan?
There's a limited number of existing projects that remain, right? Because of the one-shot application, the $2.5 million cap. And so, the number of pre-existing applications are pretty limited. There's like 2 in the packet. So again, probably just related to, I don't even know if those are in-school projects. Great. Speaking of scoring, so projects are scored in 4 criteria: project delivery and funding, readiness to proceed, project concept and benefit, and a deductive measure. The maximum score is 250, and the absolute lowest possible score would be a -100. I wanted to particularly celebrate, as I mentioned, the scores among this year's applicants and applaud the applicant community for submitting such high-quality applications. We saw a drastic improvement in scores as compared to the last round. This year's scores range from 119 to 225, with an average across the state of 171. Last round, they ranged from 41 to a high of 201, with an average score across the state of 136. So a marked improvement in their readiness and hard work. So first we looked at project delivery and funding. Here we analyzed the ability of the locality to deliver the project. We check to see if there's a reasonable plan to fund the local match. So for example, if a project is in place, if funding is in place to match, dependent on some future action, is it available now? Is available now. For readiness to proceed, we looked at activities that contribute to the completeness of the project plan as submitted, such as conceptual plans, preliminary studies, right-of-way impacts, and any coordination with VDOT district staff. These are all things that really support the project's ability to reach construction in 4 years, which is our principal focus for the Transportation Alternatives Program. Then we look at project concept and benefit. Here we evaluate if the proposed project meets the described needs and how the project would benefit the community, such as whether the project provides non-motorized transportation opportunities for essential needs. And then finally, we included a deductive measure, as we have for the last 2 rounds. This will be round 3. We looked at past performance of the localities requesting the funding. We looked to see if any of them had any canceled projects within the last 5 years. And if there were any current TA projects that are beyond the 4 years from award that haven't reached construction. We also look to see if there are any in process of canceling or deallocating any projects due to slow progress, and we'll have a slide of this measure here to share next. Because we want to make sure that existing TA projects have the funding that they need to be completed, we also identified existing projects for funding prioritization with the change in the board policy in 2023. Projects that applied prior to that last round are the only projects eligible to request additional funding, and I think this is going to be the last that we'll see of them. Projects funded last round and those that were funded earlier but have advanced to construction use the CTB's transfer policy to help seek additional funding. This means that we're supporting projects and getting completed after they're funded, and the board is able to largely consider new projects that will benefit communities across the Commonwealth. The deductive score comprises 3 components that total a maximum deductive of negative 100. First, having any number of projects that are beyond 4 years from the first allocation that have not reached construction or received an extension from the department for a documented reason results in a deduction of negative 20. All TAP projects are currently in compliance with this policy. So no applicant received a deduction for this component of the measure, which again is a testament and the hallmark of the work that we've been steadily working on over the last several years. Second, having any number of canceled TA projects with a required payback of expended funds in the last 5 years results in a deduction of negative 50. 2 applicants received a deductive score for this component this round, the City of Fairfax and the City of Bristol. And lastly, the locality sustained performance program status as of the most recent report card back in November accounts for the remaining negative 30 with a range of negative 10 for a level 3B to a negative 30 for levels 1A and 2, and levels 1B and 3A receive a negative 20. 4 applicants received a deduction in this category. Alexandria received negative 30. Virginia Beach, Williamsburg, and Loudoun each received a negative 20. If you have specific questions about the deductive measures for a specific project, they're kind of nuanced, and so would love to chat with you offline about those because they can be a little bit into the weeds.
Ms. Sellers?
Are these weighted, or these are negative whole numbers?
Negative whole numbers. Yep.
Mr. Stant?
One of those slides said you give them 4 years to complete a project. Seems like an awful long period of time when the money's available in the first year of the 6-year program. I mean, inflation, the way it is now, 4 years seems to be an inordinate amount of time to complete one of these projects that aren't that big.
Right, and anecdotally, I think we're beating that 4 years across the program, but I can drill into that. You know, I've heard for, you know, projects that are $50 million or $5 million, oftentimes the parameters and variables that go into that project development can be similar, and because they are, the time is similar. But from a 4-year perspective, it's, I would say the applicant community feels that this is a very aggressive timeline, and our staff works diligently along with our district partners to push. And we're making incredible inroads in meeting that board policy across the board.
Mr. Stant, I hear you. And we keep pressing on this, we're pressing on it with the local assistance stuff as well. And I think it probably could be better, but I appreciate you bringing it up because I think we need to keep our eye on that ball. One of the issues that we have in general in these transportation projects, and what the commissioner has done a great job, I think, in helping us get our hands around that and driving them forward more quickly, is that these things just tend to drag on sometimes. And I'm not talking about TAP projects per se, I'm just talking about all projects. And we've been through some of this remedial work with some of our partners, and thankfully, they have in many cases, in most cases, I guess I would say, embraced our concern and have worked with us diligently, and they're improving. So I think your point is well made. I think we need to continue to keep our eye on that ball and try to push that number down. To your point, the inflation and just, at the end of the day, we don't deliver the results till they're delivered, right? And so we want them as quickly as we can do them, as long as we can do them properly.
So much. Over to the non-infrastructure program. This packet, the packet that you have with you includes an overview of the non-infrastructure scorecards, which are essentially summaries more than scorecards. We didn't assign scores to these programs. Again, there were only 3 applications, with each program having a different scope, a reach, and a funding need. Instead, we provided some information about the reach, the grades and students served, the current requested program budget, and prior funding in the TAP or former Safe Routes to School non-infrastructure program from fiscal year 2015 and forward. Programs did receive funding prior to 2015, but we've provided a 10-year look back. We wanted to call these out specifically as they are programs and not projects, and but they're really important to local communities. We anticipate that if all 3 were funded, the programs would serve about 13,500 students in elementary, middle, and high schools in the cities of Richmond, Harrisonburg, Williamsburg, and James City County. Historically, the non-infrastructure applicants could only seek 2 years of funding per application. This year, we opened that up to 4 years, and Harrisonburg and Richmond each applied for 4 years for funding this time, with Williamsburg, James City County applying for 2 years of funding. Help orient you to that. Here's again, the scorecard review of the Safe Routes to School non-infrastructure program with all the details that I mentioned. So following that is our next steps will include today's presentation, all the email promises I've already made to you. And then February 6th, would look to have the district members, along with our TMA partners, who are already advised, FAMPO has actually already made their selections, that because they had a limited number of applications. And so they've already made those selections. We'll look to get those by February the 6th, and then we'll compile those and get to work, and then be ready for our at-large retreat, if you will, on February the 17th, following the action meeting, at which point we'll look to wrap up the selection process with your help. And then from March to May is that tour of the 6-year program through the April meetings, and then bringing it back for your consideration at the June meeting. That's all I have, Mr. Secretary. Are those other questions?
Ms. Dunlop.
Yes. Is the state route to school piece statutory requirement?
It's an eligible category through the Federal Transportation Alternatives.
So the presumption then would be that the communities would not select these projects unless they were carved out as a safe route to school.
Yes, and, but they also may be bringing leverage funds to that, right? Because they're, in some instances, many instances, they're using, augmenting the resources that may be provided through this grant with additional staff that are being funded through their local school division.
Anybody else?
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir, Dr. Smoot.
when will the districts be informed of the allocation to each district?
The allocation, so of what's available?
Yes.
This morning, so they've already received the emails.
So when the CTB member for each district gets together with the district to review these projects, the amount of money available will be known.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, now, when a project is in a locality which is also in the MPO, how is it determined how much of the funding would come from the MPO and how much from the district funds?
So in instances, particularly, and that's a great question. So in instances where you are maybe in a district, hypothetically here, where you have a $4 million allocation per board member, and but you, in conjunction with the TMA, the combined funds exceed the total number of applications for that round, I would say communicate and coordinate with your TMA and spend the district money first, right? So to do your allocations first. So it requires communication and correspondence with the TMA, which I know Ken will do a great job with that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else? So is it correct, Terry, doing the math, and I'm just trying to remember, it's not one or the other, but when we get the group together, the at-large members, they each have an allocation, if you will, similar to everybody else. I think the secretary would typically participate in that, but the secretary doesn't get an allocation, meaning I think there's 14 regular members of the board, and if you divide your numbers by 14, you get 4 million,
That's
which
right, sir.
means not 15, just 14.
Right.
Is that the way it works?
Yes, sir.
And so I'm just going to tell you all, since, I've been on this board for a number of years, and the sort of the practice has gone back and forth, right? In the old days, the urban at-large members were sort of not included the same way, and then the secretary actually had a pot of money as well during some of my time, and I think we've reached a good point here, where basically the secretary doesn't need to have money. The secretary has other opportunities to influence these things. And so, but the secretary does sit in with the at-large group and make sure that the voice is heard and that the bases are covered. It's a really, for those of y'all who are new, Mr. Minshew, and it's an interesting process. We're literally sort of getting a little deeper into the details and looking at small projects in many little places that are really important, but it's interesting to watch the dynamic and sort of in the group. So I commend you to it. I will not be here to participate, but I'm sure you'll have a great time, and it's a great program. And it does a lot of great good. I mean, I'm surprised we don't have more applications, frankly. But there's lots of nice stuff that goes on in the Commonwealth because of this work, so I appreciate you.
Secretary.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lawson.
And the meeting, I agree with you, it was a lot of fun the last time around. This will take place then next month.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, and I remember last year, maybe, or last time, it was an odd circumstance, but we actually found out there was some additional funds available from other districts. Are we going to have that information ahead of time? Unspent money, and we could draw on that at this meeting?
Well, I'll give you a little cheat sheet, okay? So
I'm looking-
you'll see the number of, you'll see in each, if you look at the 9 construction districts and you see that there are applications within those districts that don't exceed $4 million, that number has additional funds available.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else? All right, thank you, Mr. Short. The folks that are standing in the back of the room, there's some seats up front here. I know they're reserved for staff and press. And if they, grab a seat. We're going to bring in a few more chairs. You all don't need to be standing up the whole time here. I think Ms. Mathis is called to bring a few more chairs in, and we will accommodate people so they can have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Short, item number 4, the Recreational Access Program, Russell County, Cleveland Barrens Natural Area Preserve.
Sir.
Thank you, sir.
So this morning, I have my pleasure to bring forward a recreational access request for the Cleveland Barrens Natural Area Preserve in Russell County. To give you a little orientation, we don't get very many of these, but when we do, they're great little projects. And so this is just a quick overview of the program to orient yourself again about the program, what the program provides allocations for projects for recreational areas and historic facilities. It's a state-funded program. It's administered by VDOT's Local Assistance Division. Applications are accepted on a rolling basis. A location must be designated as a recreational area by our friends at DCR or as a historic site as designated by DHR. The REC program provides funding for roadways or bikeways up to a logical focal point, which is typically like a parking area. State-operated and locality-operated facilities are eligible for slightly different funding amounts, which is dictated by state code, and federal sites are not eligible for funding. So a little bit about the location. The Cleveland Barrens Natural Area Preserve is a 1,288-acre preserve located along the Clinch River within the town of Cleveland in Russell County. It's managed by the Department of Conservation and Recreation. Cleveland Barrens offers visitors access to several hiking trails, overlooks, and most notably, Tank Hollow Falls, which is a 60-foot waterfall, and I've added it to my list for the springtime to go check out. The proposed recreational access project will improve the existing access road to Cleveland Barrens. The proposed project will pave the existing gravel road, install 3 cross drains, perform nominal widening for 2 pull-offs. The project will provide more adequate access for an increased number of visitors to Tank Hollow Falls and other areas of Cleveland Barrens. The project is necessary to lessen current and future maintenance concerns that will arise with increased traffic. VDOT has coordinated with DCR, and DCR has designated this area as a recreational area. This location of the proposed access road improvements, the access road, which is Tank Hollow Road, is 0.21 miles long and ends at a DCR managed parking area. And here's just a couple of viewpoints and shots that our friends in the district were able to take for us to include in the presentation to kind of give you just some context of what the current facility looks like, and we can imagine what the improvement would look like should the grant be provided. So following today's conversations, our next steps would be to bring this back to you all in February for your consideration with a resolution proposing to establish a project at this location, and if approved, VDOT will proceed with administering this project. That's all I have, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Tant.
It's the first time I recall seeing this pot of money. I'm sure the General Assembly must have appropriated these funds, but I just
You don't recall
not
these?
familiar with this pot of money and didn't even know it existed. Maybe I missed something.
I think Mr. Short's been hiding it from you, Mr. Stanton. I'm just saying. He's sneaking up on you.
Yeah.
Mr. Short, would you like to speak to sort of what the cadence has been on this program? And
Yeah, so it's included in our access program portfolio. So you've got our economic access program, which of course, almost every month I'm coming with one of those. We've had, it's also part of the airport access, which I think we've had a couple of those. And then there's the lesser known, and it's also the least funded, right? So that may be one of the reasons we don't see as many applications for it. For a roadway on a state-operated facility, it's just $400,000. So it's a kind of a little bit of a lift, right? So to make applications for that amount of money, but the amount of money that's available is included in code. so it's prescribed.
It's just another thing, it seems to me, that this money should have been given by the General Assembly to DCR and not to VDOT. That comes to us as opposed to DCR, but that's not our. Well, I'm sure you agree.
I tend to agree with you, Mr. Stanton. Anyone else? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Short.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is the WMATA operational analysis. Ms. Jennifer Monaco and some folks, Colin Hood and others from Guidehouse may here be today, but let me speak to this a little bit. As you know, there's been lots of work and study and involvement in Northern Virginia and across the Commonwealth, frankly, with regards to WMATA. And WMATA is a huge beast of a operation up in Northern Virginia. It has not only has the metro, which most people are familiar with, but also a bus network as well. And over the years, WMATA has seen even while trying to grow the network, has seen a sort of steady decline in ridership. It's not associated with COVID. It was way pre-COVID, and the numbers just were coming down. And then, of course, at COVID, it dropped off the cliff, if you will, because nobody was going anywhere in those kinds of ways. And so as that all occurred, and because of all sorts of things, including funding that wasn't indexed, they have found themselves, like many transit organizations, in financial distress. In the last assembly, the General Assembly and the budget directed some money to shore them up, if you will. And then as part of that, there was an operational analysis that was directed. And by no means has this been fully comprehensive, meaning we didn't get, we don't have a full plan to go tell them exactly what to do. In this analysis, we've pointed things out, and you'll hear more about that. I'll also tell you it's complicated because this is not just a Virginia organization. It's a Virginia, Maryland, and District of Columbia organization. And all those folks not only govern it, but they also fund it. And so who funds what and how much is always at issue. And unfortunately, in this sort of fiscal crisis that they're in, the three entities involved that I've just referenced, Virginia is really the only one that's in a strong fiscal position. And so DC is struggling, Maryland is struggling mightily in transportation. You may recall they cut their budget by 10% or so last year, I think it was. And so those two places are not in the same financial strength as Virginia. So as you raise money to solve the problem and you have a disparity in capacity, that creates its own problems. I will say, as this was occurring, WMATA went through some changes, and they had a new CEO that's come in, Randy Clark. We worked extensively with Randy, the director's team, the governor, actually, myself, and others. We've worked with them extensively to try to find ways to make them be more efficient, to help them be more efficient, and in essence, to live within their means. And so there's been a lot of gnashing of teeth, there's been a lot of work, and to get there, and this story will continue for a number of years. I will tell you that Mr. Clark, we think, has done a pretty strong job. He's dedicated to this. While I don't agree with him on everything, and most people don't agree with me on everything either. We're confident in his dedication and his capacity, and he's pushed really hard here. And so there's going to be a lot of opportunity in the upcoming General Assembly session There has been a couple different study groups that have sort of, I call them study groups, but groups that have gotten together to try to find ways to solve the funding gap. One of those came out of a Senate Joint Resolution, SJ 28, and we've participated in that. And another came out of the COG up in the Council of Governments up in DC, who's also been working on this. So lots of work is going into that. And let me say this, sometimes, the need for WMATA and Metro and the bus line to be financially healthy is really important. The WMATA is critically important to transportation in Northern Virginia. Notwithstanding the fact that they have had reduced ridership, they still move a lot of people, and they create a lot of economic development around their stations. And so, everybody understands that WMATA is something that is important, that it drives economy, or helps drive the economy, and it helps move people. One of the things that we've been concerned about over the years is that they, have had situations where we think that they have not done what they should do, and they've spent money in places they shouldn't have spent it. This goes back a number of years. But regardless of all that, they are important. We understand how important they are, and we want them to be successful. But you can't just keep going up and up and up and up when the economy, when your costs are like this and your funding's like that, at some point that becomes a problem. And so there's federal attention here, there's regional attention here, and what you're going to see today is some a sort of high-level analysis that they will walk us through that points to some places that we suggest they go spend more time working at. But y'all will continue to see and work with WMATA over the next numbers of years. We believe it's important for it to be healthy, and the question is, what does that look like? I will tell you that one of the major challenges, and you'll see that in the presentation, is the labor costs are high. And WMATA is mostly unionized, and so you have contracts that control all this. So you can't just go in and just willy-nilly decide what you're going to do. It doesn't work like that, but the labor is a huge piece of this. And so as you're trying to get an organization, you're trying to work with an organization to get that budget in control, there's pieces of this they just don't control. And so that's part of the challenge here. So with that, folks in the back, we're getting some more chairs, and if there's any chairs that are open, feel free to get in a chair. And we're going to bring a few in. It shouldn't take that long, Ms. Mathers. I'll go get them myself.
Some of those are coming up shortly. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good morning. I'm Jen Monaco, Senior Program Manager in DRPT's Northern Virginia office. And I'm here today to introduce the WMATA operational analysis and Guidehouse. Thank you, Secretary, for your remarks. You covered a lot of what I was gonna cover.
Well, say it anyway.
So as part of the additional funding that the Commonwealth provided in the FY 25-26 biennial budget, the Commonwealth allocated $500,000 for WMATA to engage a consultant to conduct a rapid but thorough evaluation of its operations. The goal was to identify opportunities for cost efficiencies, explore revenue enhancements, and develop an actionable implementation plan to guide WMATA's board and management over the coming years. Guidehouse, the selected consultant, reported to the WMATA Board Affairs Office in Virginia and the Virginia Board appointee to ensure internal ownership of the study. DRPT also participated as part of this project team to monitor progress. I want to commend Guidehouse for their impressive work under tight deadlines. The work began in late September. And thank the WMATA Board Affairs Office and WMATA staff for their collaboration throughout. While there's no action required by this body, the team wanted to share preliminary findings with the funding partners and be available to answer any questions. With that, I'll turn it over to Colin Hood, a senior member of the Guidehouse team. And also joining us today are Walter Alcorn, NVTC's, the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission's appointee to the WMATA Board, Angie Schuler, and Megan Perez from Guidehouse, who may assist with Colin with Q&A at the end.
Thank you, Jen, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. As Jen mentioned, my name is Colin Hood. I live here in Richmond, Virginia. I'm a partner at Guidehouse in our state and local government business. And I had the privilege of leading the team who pulled together this assessment. As Jen mentioned, it was rapid. So we started in mid-September, but we do have a lot of information to share. I know it's been provided to you all in advance. My goal today is to walk through that information, answer questions that you all have. It's our intent to save questions at the end. I hope to answer many of the things that come to mind throughout these slides. It was a comprehensive team put together to do this assessment because it was a broad array of areas that we looked for opportunities to whether cut cost, to gain efficiencies, or really just position WMATA for a more sustainable future. A lot of these team members are based right here in Virginia. If you're not familiar with Guidehouse, we're about 19,000 management and technology consulting practitioners headquartered here in Virginia. So 4,000 of our colleagues operate in Virginia. So we ride the trains, we ride the buses. This is an important organization to us, and we were honored to be a part of this effort. As I mentioned, I do have two members of the team with me today from different parts of our business, from our transit and strategy business, also our state government business. Other members, whether it be colleagues from our AI team who were engaged, our workforce transformation team, and other parts of the business, including technology. They're not here with us today. We believe we can answer questions on their behalf, but if there is information we need to provide to this body after this meeting, we're happy to do that. Today is not the last day of the engagement. We'll continue these presentations and provide information through the rest of January. Okay. This is an overview of the agenda. So it is a lot of information. I'll try to move swiftly, but also really comprehensively. We want to start with a summary of what we saw in the current state. Mr. Secretary highlighted a lot of that information in his opening remarks, but we'll share what we saw, provide an overview of draft opportunities. And I think this is really important nomenclature. Our task was to look for opportunities. These are not necessarily endorsements for action. And we'll talk about the impact of these opportunities, what we see as the potential cost savings. Many of these opportunities require additional analysis and additional review and alignment with the work that WMATA is already doing before they can move forward with these, and we can touch on those points throughout the presentation. Certainly next steps, and then we have a lot of time dedicated at the end for Q&A. Perfect. So let me begin by just reinforcing the scope of Guidehouse's assessment. Our charge was to focus on WMATA's current $2.5 billion operating budget with two areas of primary focus. First, to identify opportunities to reduce its operating expenses, and second, to grow revenue. As a secondary focus, we were also asked to identify operational efficiencies that could further support budget sustainability and review WMATA's capital budget through the limited lens, reviewing those capital expenditures that cause direct growth in operating expenses. We conducted this work over 12 weeks, and here we are today to share some of the results of that effort. To summarize, our analysis is a focused, actionable assessment as a practical tool to analyze WMATA's operations, budget, and finances to identify opportunities for improvement. Before diving into the analysis, I would like to level set on the purpose of this analysis. It's a living document. That certainly was our vision going in. As we've mentioned, WMATA has a lot of ongoing efforts. We actually refined a lot of this work 3 weeks ago following the WMATA board meeting, and as they looked at their strategic transformation program, their budget, and we envision this work being living in that spirit through the rest of the year. Based on the results of this assessment, WMATA's board and management can leverage this report as a foundation for decision-making, along with direction for areas of the budget that may result in cost savings and revenue generation. To reiterate, this report is the beginning, not the end, of efforts to strengthen WMATA's operational effectiveness. As you can see by some of the metrics on this slide, we took a deep dive into WMATA's current state, and just to reinforce that thank you to the WMATA leadership team who is so heavily involved in this effort. I know they have a major and complex operation to run, and in addition to that work, we're highly collaborative in this effort, provided data as requested, and made themselves available through the 12-week period of time. We had 20 interviews with WMATA executives, members of the DRPT leadership team, and transit experts. Over 100 documents and 300 peer data points were reviewed. National transit data sets for the purposes of benchmarking were reviewed. 5 years of publicly available WMATA data, including budget and financial information, performance updates, plans, ridership data, and summaries from board meetings, reports and recommendations from MPTC, DMV Moves, and SJ28, and additional data made available to us by WMATA. For example, 10-plus workforce and payroll reports that were analyzed by our team. Certainly a comprehensive effort. Because of the rapid review nature of this work, we know there's deeper analysis that can be done, and we highlight a lot of those efforts throughout this study. Additionally, our team performed analysis of opportunities for operational efficiency, as well as capital projects with operating budget impacts. These areas were not initially included in our scope, so the work is limited, and we highlight areas where we think there's value from additional analysis. Let me set the stage with a visual showing of WMATA's operating budget from 2015 through today. We chose this period very intentionally to provide a longer look back. Due to the high variability of the pandemic, we extended our analysis through 2015. Typically, we'll look at more of a 5-year period of performance. We wanted to make sure this was a comprehensive look at certainly a dynamic landscape since 2015. Over the past decade, WMATA's annual operating budget has grown at a compound annual growth rate of 4.1%. That is close to the inflationary growth period. To put that into context, 1.3% over the annual inflationary compound growth rate. When looking at the funding sources of the operating budget over this period, you can see from the orange segment of the bar chart that funding from DC, Maryland, and Virginia grows at more than twice that rate at 9.2%. This growth in the state and local subsidy shares to compensate for other source reductions. Primarily in federal funding, the expiration of COVID relief assistance, lower passenger revenue, and major system expansions such as Phase 2 of the Silver Line. It's clear that WMATA faces fiscal challenges providing passenger service in a post-pandemic world as funding sources fluctuate. The context to broader stakeholders is highly relevant, as mentioned earlier in initial remarks, as DC, Maryland, and Virginia also face dynamic fiscal environments. This was the context of our work, and we took this context and started to dive into those opportunities.
Before you move on, I mean, this is sort of where the pressure comes to us, right? If you look at 2015, it's a $1.6 billion number. If you look at 2026, it's another $1 billion on top of that. And the sort of orangish pieces that start at 44% and go to 74% show the impact that it's having in terms of the funding that needs to come from the funders, the Virginia, Maryland, and DC. And one of the things that, and you'll see this later, one of the things that has not kept up is fare revenue at all either. And listen, we all know that these systems are going to be subsidized. You know, at the end of the day, roads are subsidized, if you will. Most of us, you know, there's money outside of the gas tax or tolls you might pay that funds the roads as well. So that's the system, and certainly in transit you see a lot of that. But I recall when I was when I was up with the governor and we were at the Arlington station or Alexandria station, the big new station there that's just beautiful in Northern Virginia, and we were sort of touring that and looking at other things, and I looked at the fare from there to the end of the line, and I can't remember if it was Boston or where it was, but the end of the line, the furthest fare was like $5 or $5.24 or something. And then I got out my phone and I looked at an Uber. And I looked at the time differences, right? And the Uber was like 7 times as much and actually took longer. And, you know, I'm not a transit expert, but I've lived in the world of business for a really long time, and a fairly long time, Mr. Stan. And, you know, you just sort of think of that. And like, so what's the elasticity of demand for that fare, right? There's some people that we understand, some people have less than others, right? And there's ways to sort of deal with that. But if you're willing, you know, like, do you think the $5.24 could be, you know, $6.89, and you'd still do it and it'd be okay? Yeah, it costs you more money, I get it, but like things cost money. And so that's sort of what we're battling there, right? We're battling a fare that had an increase. we're battling ridership that's gone down, and we're battling costs, and particularly labor costs that have gone up a lot. And so here we are. Is that fair? That's fair.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Green.
Would you please comment on the non-passenger revenue from 2020 up to 2025?
In terms of the fluctuation?
Yes, and what makes that up?
Yeah, Megan, can you give some specific examples?
Yeah, it's mostly,
Joint development projects and advertising were two examples.
Yes. Mr. Gribben.
So I'll do a follow-up to Ms. Green's comment. That makes sense, but then why, can you explain the variability? Like, how to go from 35% to 5%? You wouldn't expect that much variability for there to be?
Fluctuation of the non-revenue.
of the non-passenger revenue.
Correct.
Is that, are you looking at non-passenger or are you looking at federal relief?
Yeah, I think you're.
Oh, I'm looking
That's
at.
the
federal
problem. The
relief.
non-passenger is at the very top.
Okay.
The
Thank you,
federal
Ms.
relief is maybe what you're seeing, the colors are similar. So
Thank you, Ms.
those big blocks in there is the federal COVID relief money.
Okay, so I'll revert now to my question. Thank you for answering that. I'm surprised that the passenger revenue, kind of building off the Secretary's remarks, fell in nominal dollars so much over that time. And I may get into this later in your presentation, but just curious is, how is it that in nominal dollars, basically we haven't even kept pace over the course of time, where you would think as the system's expanding and more people are using it, that revenue would go up.
More people are not using it, sir. More people are not using it. If you look at the 10-year numbers, they come down. Now, COVID fell off and the ridership is back up to pre-COVID and maybe in the bus system, maybe a little higher maybe. But still, if you go back and look at the high ridership, we're not there, right? And so you have less ridership and you have flat fares. And so.
And so is it just we haven't recovered from COVID yet, or?
I think there's pieces to that, and we'll cover some of this
Okay.
in some of our revenue opportunities, and I will note that you'll see the biggest variability in passenger revenue between fiscal year 2019 and fiscal year 2020. I see that the bubble, the visual there could, overshadow some of that, but that's where you see the biggest change.
Right.
Why not the pandemic?
All right, yes, Ms. Sellers.
So with the federal relief, as you guys pointed to that, it looks like whatever the federal government provided was just assumed in later years that the state would pick up once that federal money fell off. My
Well,
understanding was that it was not supposed to necessarily do that, that it was supposed to cover some of the gaps that were already there. So I'm curious why we're seeing that and why we're not going back to the numbers that they were in, 2019?
That's a good question. At the end of the day, the federal relief money pushed the problem out further, right? It didn't make it go away because those dollars stopped, to your point. They just pushed it out. There was another thing that you will see in here where some of your capital dollars in the funding formula from the Fed, some of your capital allocation can be moved over to your operating budget if it's used for certain kinds of things. It's sort of heavy maintenance, if you will. And so they borrowed out of capital as well to do those things, and now you're gonna see the impact of that and what that does to their capital account going forward. So, just like anybody else, the tendency is, the situation was somebody gave them some more money to cover up the problem, but it didn't solve the problem. It just solved it for today and tomorrow and the next day. But the day after that, you're back because the money ran out from the feds. And so that's what's creating all this problem, because they paid their bills last year. They paid their bills the year before, right? But they're not going to be able to on the same budget trajectories with the same funding that they have now. So, they're talking about an additional, and I'm getting ahead of everything here, but they're talking about an additional $300 or $400 million from Virginia on an annual basis to do that. And that's a pretty heavy lift. How's that come? Where's that come from? That's something the General Assembly will grapple with. But remembering what I said about there's three entities that fund this thing here, basically, and it's Maryland and DC and Virginia, and everybody's got to put in their fair share, I think, and if that doesn't work, then you got a different problem, right? So it's a complicated situation. I hope that helps you a little bit to understand. Ms. Dunlop.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, do we know what the comparable labor costs are between WMATA and, let's say, the Virginia Rail Passenger Program?
Yes, but I think the illustrations that we typically use are like kind of systems. And so we have peer data on other large systems, and and all that is, is Chicago like New York? Is that like San Francisco? Is that like, WMATA? Well, yes and no. And so peer data is peer data, but we have a lot of that, and there's a lot of data to that point, yes. Mr. Minshew.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. First of all, I would associate myself with your comments, Mr. Secretary, of about 15 minutes ago. When I was in the General Assembly, I was one of those members who, along with some others, were critical of WMATA, and proof in the old adage, if you shoot off your mouth, you get yourself appointed to a commission. I was appointed to a group called the Metro Reform Commission that was supposed to look at 2 senators, 2 delegates, and that commission has never met, even though it was created in 2018. And one reason why I think that could be the case is because Metro brought in a new general manager in the form of Mr. Randy Clark, who in his tenure has done some remarkably good work in improving the state of affairs at Metro. And it's interesting, one thing that I think that Metro and WMATA will work on is fare evasion. While ridership has gone up, fare evasion is still pretty high. I think they probably lost about 70 million through fare evasion, and that is on a priority of things to work on. Additionally, this presentation is very timely because, as we know, there's a Senate Joint Resolution Subcommittee report, SGR 28, that was released back in November. That would probably be good reading for members of this board because we're going to probably see the recommendations in that report being turned into budgetary language and statutory language during the upcoming General Assembly session starting next week. That will definitely involve this board. And I think, but the good news is, I think, from what I can see, Metro is on the right track right now. And maybe it could be this Metro Reform Commission I was appointed to will never have to meet because they're doing the reforms in-house.
Mr. Gribben, you were looking to jump in there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Just a point of clarification around the federal funding. So is the federal relief just the post-COVID funds the federal government handed out? I was under the impression that there is has been a consistent participation by the federal government in the funding of WMATA. And maybe I just got that wrong.
And correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that this particular visual is focusing on the pandemic federal relief.
Okay. But there are other federal funds.
The federal operating funding, and somebody clean me up here if I'm wrong because there's a lot of data here, but the federal operating funding from WMATA generally came from fare cards from federal workers. Okay, they put in capital money, all right, and we're all involved in that. And remember, I told you they moved some of the capital money over. But they don't generally fund the operating budget of WMATA other than through the fare cards of these workers. Obviously, when the workers didn't come to work, then they weren't using the fare cards and fare revenue went down, right? So that's where it is. So there's not a big federal funding stream to the operating budget here other than through the user federal card. Right? All right, sir. I'm sorry I stopped you on slide 6 and then we spent 20 minutes.
No worries. And I think when I think about these questions, I think it certainly reinforces the complexity of the environment. And that's certainly a very high-level overview of a budgetary landscape. But there are new projects, within those columns. There's new areas of service and new focuses as well. And to reinforce the point, I think that's something really consistent that we saw through our 12 weeks working with WMATA on this effort. It's just the significant steps that they've taken over the past few years to address these budget challenges. Throughout the study, the team has highlighted their dedication to resolving this gap. From fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 25, WMATA achieved $257 million in operating savings through measures such as call center consolidation, reduced contracting cost, optimized materials and supplies, expense management, targeted service cuts, and one-time management efficiencies to optimize procurement costs, inventories, and vacancies. Certainly a lot of hard work is taking place, and that work continued through even the 12 weeks that we were there in that limited time frame. You'll see through your report what we attempted, and will continue to do this over the next few weeks, to map their efforts to the recommendations and opportunities that we highlighted. And you'll see that indicated most recently by their approved STP. You'll see that noted through the document in their new budget once that's fully approved and ready to map as well.
Let me just jump in on the fare evasion piece. So one thing we pushed hard on, and a lot of people pushed hard on, was the fare evasion piece. And it's not just because of the fare, it's because of sort of what I'll call the safety and the image, right? If you see people like shoplifting all the time when you're standing there and nobody does anything, or you see bad actors doing bad acting thing and nobody does anything, it doesn't make you very comfortable, right? And so when you have a lot of fare evasion, and the fare evasion was people just jumping over the turnstiles and, you know, going past people and pushing them out of the way and so forth and so on, and nobody does anything, it doesn't make you feel very good about it. And so one of the things that WMATA did with Mr. Clark's arrival was they built barriers higher on the metro system, so you couldn't do that as easily, and it had a huge impact. But I think it's almost as much from the sort of the image, if you will, the safety image, as it is to the dollars. Now, I will tell you, the bus hasn't worked so well still, and there's actually it's hard to find, but on WMATA's website, you can go see fare evasion by station, by bus, by whatever it is. And the fare evasion typically happened a lot more in DC and in Maryland than it did in Virginia. And you can go see the data, it's out there. And on the bus, you know, you're talking 80% sometimes. 80, 90% people get on the bus and they won't pay the fare. And of course, how do you enforce that, right? Is the bus driver going to enforce that? I don't think so, not in this day and age. You're going to put a security guard on there? What are you going to do? And so you got this sort of situation where people are just doing it, and how do you enforce it, and what do you do? And so you can see that if anybody wants to look at a lot of data to put you to sleep one night, go find that data, and you can see fare evasion by station, by week, by month, or whatever it is. And it's profound, and you know, it is. And so they're working hard on that, and hopefully they'll continue to get that under control. Yes, sir.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir. Dr. Smoot.
Do we have any sense of what proportion of the fare revenue is paid by something or someone different than the rider?
As it relates to...
Such as an employer or the federal government or some other source?
Do you have any of that data?
I don't have it top of mind. I'll see if the team.
Well, I will tell you,
pull
we
that up. I don't
know
think
we
have
know what the federal government does.
Mm-hmm.
I can't recall, and I'm not sure that we know if companies are reimbursing or if they're buying cards for their people or not. I'm not sure if we had that data, but we certainly can ask and see if we can find out. We do know
I know that some do.
Yeah, absolutely, some do, yeah. And you know, with the reimbursement, if they're reimbursing you, I think that would be hard data to probably get. If they're buying it directly, and I don't know if that happens or not, that might be a little easier to get, but I don't know the answer. I do know the federal answer. We can track that, but the other one, I'm not sure about.
I think that would be a challenging number, my initial reaction, to pull together with high levels of confidence. Just given the complexity, there's tax advantage accounts, there's direct employer reimbursements.
So if we can, Ms. Robinson, Ms. Monaco, if we can follow up with Dr. Smoot and just see if we know that answer or not, it'd be good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, sir.
Thank you. Slide number 8 really focuses on a little bit of a deeper dive, still very high level. You know, I do want to note that, and we can speak to some of the complexities of the operating budget. As you can see, labor, which includes personnel salaries, wages, and overtime, is included. Fringe, which includes personnel health care, pension, workers' compensation, and other benefits, is included. Also, professional, technical, non-personnel contract services, and all other expenses, which cover the balance of non-personnel costs, such as materials and supplies, fuel, utilities, leases, and casualty and liability.
Remember what I said about labor, right? It's not just labor, it's labor and fringe. Look at that, what percentage, what piece of that pie it is, and it's a lot. And you'll see what is said there about labor too, at the top of the, right-hand top of the page. Good, sir.
Sir.
You have Ms. Sellers?
With the labor and the overtime cost, are we seeing impacts on safety? Because I imagine a majority of your employees are in direct operations, driving buses or metro.
We're going to speak to the workforce breakdown. I wouldn't say, as a part of our effort, we didn't take a focus on connecting some of these components of the budget to safety metrics or safety productivity. So I couldn't speak to that with certainty, but we certainly can look at how we divide up those roles in the nomenclature we use to define mission critical, et cetera.
And one thing that you're going to see, Ms. Sellers, and I think it's in a future slide, but you're going to see that some of our contracts with the labor include overtime going into their pension. And what you will see sometimes is you'll see people not showing up and other people going to overtime, and it all flows into the pension. And so not only do you have the immediate cost, but then you got the pension cost on top of that. And overtime gets paid at a higher rate. So you get this double hit, even more than double hit, if you will, in some cases going forward. So that's something they need to try to manage. They're working on that. But again, all this is contractual. And so you have to get to your next contract in order to try to deal with those kinds of
But
things.
is it, so in the budgeting process, are you planning for the overtime? Like fire departments, fire and rescue, that's part of the.
He's not
plan
them.
for,
He's
but-
not them. He's not
Right.
WMATA. He's just looking at
Okay.
WMATA.
So are they doing that?
We can go back and look at their process. I can't speak to that top of mind. I will say with the overtime number, and I think the same theme applies to pure averages. I think they're valuable inputs. I think they're certainly worth the exercise of pulling together, but they have a lot of pitfalls, right? And there's often stories under these numbers. On overtime, for example, there was a hiring freeze during this period. During a typical hiring freeze, overtime costs do go up, as an example. That's not certainly the whole picture, but that's certainly a driver of this picture. And with peers, WMATA is an exceptionally designed organization. There's not quite one peer that really is a perfect fit. We could pull peers together by pulling different units together, but then you start to lose the cost synergies that WMATA was designed to kind of implement. So there's different components to that, but overtime is something that they've certainly spent a lot of time focusing on. It was a big driver in our conversations, and I'll note is also an industry trend. Transit organizations across the country are trying to overcome rising overtime costs.
Yes, sir, Mr. Coleman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was looking at the fringe, and is it, in your experience, is it unusual not to have a cap? I see which are not capped. In my experience, in the private sector, things are capped. In yours, in this?
They really do vary. We do talk in our recommendation section quite a bit about the pensions and some areas of opportunity that we would recommend WMATA spend some time focusing on. It certainly becomes complicated quickly when you think about the collective bargaining agreements and the processes involved in making adjustments to any of these metrics or these processes. But we do speak to things that we think WMATA could do to better align with industry. Okay.
Mr. Davis.
And looking at this, so it looks like professional and technical services are 4%, they're at 111 million. Is there an opportunity with respect to professional and technical services whereby if you spent $1 over in that area, could you eliminate or remove from the burden $1 plus in some other category? So if you spend money here, but I'm getting a better result over there, is that an opportunity?
There's always, it becomes granular very quickly. I think there's always opportunities, and especially in the technology field, right? As we think about automation and where the future transit's going, there's always opportunities to look at the marketplace and looked at contracting as an ability to save on labor costs. So I think, yes, and I think I would say that to any organization of this complexity and size. They've done a lot of work in this area. We do highlight a few additional areas that we think that would be worth another look and additional focus. I think that
Oh, sorry, Mr. Minshew, I didn't see you.
Hey, Mr. Secretary, the follow-up to Ms. Sutter's question, my eyes did kind of bug out when I saw that about 8% of the WMATA operating budget goes to overtime cost. And with that, overtime expenditures 50% higher than budget. I can see how a hiring freeze is going to force you to have more workers doing overtime. But you probably don't have the answer to it, but I wonder what kind of structural, managerial, human resource allocations could be done by WMATA to reduce that overtime level for the next fiscal year. You probably don't know the answer, but that would be a big cost savings if you could find a way to do that.
absolutely, yes, sir. And we focus on that in our recommendation section quite a bit. I think overtime costs is certainly an area that WMATA has spent a lot of time on. It's something that's very top of mind for them. It's something their peers are struggling with as well, but there are opportunities, and they align with what a lot of their initiatives that they've either have ongoing or that they've started to try to lower overtime costs. And they're doing this, in a dynamic environment, not just fiscally, but I mentioned technology and automation. There's a lot of longer-term initiatives that are a big focus and are tied directly to labor costs and labor planning.
I will just remind you, we don't control any of this, right? This board doesn't control any of this. We have a duty to push on it and talk about it and make suggestions and recommendations. WMATA's money is statutorily goes to WMATA through our formula, and we can't change that if we wanted to. I'm not suggesting we would want to or should, but we're not their governing board. We don't determine the funding that comes from Virginia, but obviously it's of great importance to us, and that's why we are part of this process. And so it's a different organization run by three different groups of folks from three different independent localities, if you will, Virginia, or not localities, but regions or areas of Virginia, Maryland, and D.C. And our job, I think, is to shine light and to talk to them and to push on them and to work with our General Assembly to make sure they're adequately funded and adequately run. But so we don't, that's our role here. Thanks, sir.
I'd like to turn to the opportunities section and the alignment with a lot of both the questions and the recommendations you all have shared throughout the presentation. To reinforce one of my earlier points, these are certainly not endorsements for action. These are opportunities that we believe are worthwhile exercises to review, align with WMATA's ongoing initiatives and strategic planning, and consider implementation. Several of them would require additional analysis, given our period of performance, to feel confident enough to begin that implementation. But we do think these are moving certainly in the right direction. In the spirit of a Cliff Notes version, there's no rabbits out of the hat here. A lot of these are ideas that have been introduced to WMATA before that are being commonly discussed in the transit community. WMATA has participated in several of these efforts over the years. A lot of the current state analysis is highlighting a lot of the same findings, and WMATA has been very supportive and collaborative to make this set of recommendations in particular as current as possible. What you'll see here is just an overview to what I'm going to start to walk through from a format lens. You'll see that we've categorized these opportunities. There's over 30. They have a period of performance, an implementation plan, for lack of a better term, of the next 1 to 5 years. Certainly, they're not in any particular sequence, right? And sequence is really important. Also, their capacity to take on a number of these is really important. And each of them have varying levels of impact. With that being said, they also have varying levels of trade-off. They are really a starting point for deeper analysis, and we hope will not only serve this body, but will be a helpful guide to WMATA as they continue along this journey. For this interim report, we've identified 30 opportunities that collectively can reduce operating costs by about $147 million per year, increase revenue by $61 million, and improve operational efficiency. These are not policy decisions or policy recommendations. These really are focused on operational efficiencies. That being said, and as I know everyone on this group certainly appreciates, there are direct correlations to operational impact and policies being made. It's one of the most significant nuances when looking at peers is the policy landscape. So this really makes assumptions at times, and I can speak to that, but certainly different policy decisions, particularly around subsidy, what the fare, right, and the target of fare in alignment with inflation versus the cost per passenger. Those are all policy decisions that would really have a notable operational impact.
And can I just chime in here? So you add those two numbers together and you get about $200 million, right? And what I told you earlier is, and these are rough numbers, so don't hold me to them, but it's good enough to understand the point. So if they need another $400 million from Virginia, they need about $1.2 billion total, right? And it's not exact, but it's close enough. So let's just say they need $1.2 billion, right? And how they get that, or can they get that, that's a whole different matter. So $1.2 billion minus 200 that's here, you're still at $1 billion, right? And so how do you get to that, right? Now, there may be more operational savings, but going back to the labor piece, right? This isn't really addressing the underlying problem there, And so it's good. And listen, if you can save $200 million, or if you can have a $200 million swing, you're saving 140 and kicking to another 60 in revenue, you should do that, right? Assuming these are good things to do, you should do that. But there's still a big problem, right? This isn't going to solve the problem. There's a piece of this that we can't get to very easily, and you'll continue to see that as you go through this presentation.
Sir, and I think as we think about the first category in particular, which is oriented around workforce, for the purposes of this effort, we used norms and standards when we think about ways to lower costs in a workforce. This is an area in particular where additional analysis would be required for us to confidently recommend anything beyond a standard program in any of these areas. It's certainly something that we would recommend the organization spend time thinking through and understanding in alignment of their cost savings goals. But what we've highlighted today is how we would typically approach this with an organization of this complexity who has the goal of lowering costs. The intent was to give you all a visual of how a typical program could draw savings. And with each of these cost savings, there's certainly a trade-off and impact, which you can speak to as well. I mentioned there's 30 opportunities. They're categorized under 3 headings: operating expenses, revenue, and operational efficiency. So as I walk through these, I do want to highlight a few different things. 10 of these options target optimizing the workforce planning and overtime management, which have been themes of a lot of the questions and observations you all have made to this point in the presentation. Those initiatives are initially estimated to yield $79 to $139 million in savings. We do understand and certainly have an appreciation for the complexities of reshaping a workforce covered by 5 collective bargaining agreements. And the options we lay out distinguish potential options related to covered versus uncovered labor. We also include 8 initiatives to increase the efficiency of procurement, maintenance, and utilities costs with an estimated impact of $6 to $8 million a year. You'll see those are also themes that were highlighted in the great work WMATA is doing today to focus on those areas. We offer 6 potential opportunities to increase revenue. These include 4 options to diversify and grow revenue, 2 initiatives to improve cost recovery through improved collections as well as through fare increases, which collectively could add $22 to $61 million in revenue annually. Finally, we offer 6 opportunities to strengthen operational efficiencies. While we couldn't calculate direct savings from these efforts at this time, we do believe that these initiatives can strengthen how WMATA does business and lead to more down the road savings in the future. A number of these represent areas that are not new to WMATA, as I've mentioned previously. So as we turn to slide 11, we start to get into the specific recommendations. Beyond this executive deck, there are many visuals that we can make available to you all that provide additional context per each one of these initiatives for you all's reference, and those have certainly been shared with WMATA and will continue to be refined through the end of the month. This particular slide focuses on 5 options we assess to reduce labor costs. This is the represented 38 to 69 million in annual savings that I noted earlier. Reading from left to right, you'll see a brief description of each of these opportunities and the estimated year 1 savings. I'd like to clarify that numbering schema is just meant to help us order these in a way that makes sense for discussion. They're certainly not in order of priority or sequence. They're simply listed highest to lowest and cost savings potential. In the third column, you'll see organizational impact. We denote a high, medium, or low categorization. Certainly, as you think about workforce changes, you get to a high impact very quickly. It's something that involves a lot of nuance and a lot of collaborative planning with an organization considering any of these types of initiatives. In the fourth column, you'll see CBA involvement. We note here where an initiative has complications for positions covered by a collective bargaining agreement. That certainly would have an impact on timeline and the ability to realize any savings. You'll note that options 1.1 and 1.2 represent the highest potential cost savings as they relate to reducing headcount, specifically for non-safety and non-mission critical roles for both union and non-union position. While the details of our analysis we'll make available to you all through additional information following this meeting, I do want to walk you through some of the supporting details for these calculations. On the left of this slide, you'll see additional details about the types of positions we assess for consolidation and reduction. And whenever we have conversations around workforce, I think it's really important to note the use of nomenclature. We certainly recognize every individual and every role at WMATA is important. For the spirit of discussion, we do use consistent nomenclature. These are consistent in industry as we describe non-safety and non-mission critical, but we do recognize the important role that everyone at WMATA plays in delivering on the mission. This just really helps orient where we would prioritize in a traditional setting for an organization that would consider an effort where we would start, right? You would typically start in roles that have significant impact on your service levels on a day-to-day operation. And we can provide additional information on how we define the nomenclature for the purposes of this effort. For 1.1 for non-union positions, our initial analysis includes a potential reduction of 198 to 330 positions. For 1.2 for union positions, that translates to a potential reduction of 75 to 125 positions. Combined, these numbers represent 2 to 3.5% of WMATA's total workforce. There are a lot of nuances, which is why you see a range, but we did want to provide an illustrative example of a workforce reduction program, the potential cost reductions that would come from that.
Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Within
Ms. Sellers?
within the positions, particularly those non-represented, is there an age difference between those that are represented and those that are not represented, or how long they've been with the organization?
Could not speak to that at this time. We can discuss that with WMATA, but I don't have that information at this time.
Well, and I'd be curious to know what the overtime difference is, especially if those ones represented are getting overtime added into the pension, and the ones who are not represented likely are not, so
They're
I'd just
not.
be curious.
Mr. Coleman?
Thank you, Chair. I see the hiring freeze, but, you know, with escalating expenses as opposed to revenue, has there been any discussion about a salary freeze? What has been the salary increases year over year for the last, say, 5 years? Do you have that
I
information?
think that's is that in your slide deck here?
We talk about it in the terms of cost, and then some of the significant milestones over the last few years that WMATA has taken on to address increasing labor costs. I don't believe that slide is uploaded in today's presentation. We can send that to you all afterwards. The particular salary increases and the variances between CBAs and non-labor positions, we can gather as much data as we have available and share that with you all.
Ms. Dunlop?
Were you able to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Were you able to notice any pattern on the overtime? Any particular groups working overtime versus other groups, salaries of the overtime, things like that?
Question. Megan, do you mind speaking? Come to the mic and speak in. We didn't focus at that level of depth to identify trends with confidence. We had a team who focused on the overtimes as a cost item. In terms of identifying trends or kind of root cause analysis of the increasing costs, we don't have that information to share.
There is, back to the salary freeze thing, WMATA did implement some salary freezes for the management level in the 25 budget, I believe. And there was also some agreement with the union for some temporary wage freezes and some COLA stuff. So there's been some activity there. I can't tell you exactly. I think it was about $40 million, as I recall, was perhaps the impact. So they're working on some of those things. I don't have all the details in my head on that anymore, but there was some effort to do that. Was it enough, or, who knows? But there was some, I can tell you that.
And we've noted to gather some of that information. I know, as the chairman indicated, this has been a focus of WMATA, and they've worked on this extensively over the years. So we'll gather the information shared with us about their ongoing efforts and curate that for you all. So we turn to slide 13. This is related to the question we were just asked, and the observation around cost savings as it relates to workforce and overtime management. To round out some of the cost savings opportunities related to personnel, we have 5 additional options. We talk about reducing costs for employee health plan administration. This is certainly something that is very complicated, can have an impact, and something that's being looked at across industry. About increasing employee contributions to pensions to reduce WMATA's share for both union and non-union employees. These are certainly all items that have a CBA involvement. In 1.9 and 1.10, we address making changes to pension calculations to reduce WMATA's out-year pension liability. In one option, we discuss capping the amount of overtime allowed in employees' pensionable pay calculations. And the other option, we discuss increasing the number of highest earning years applied towards calculating employees' pension benefits. So we have this information, and we've laid out these opportunities also noted here by this body today, and what the impact can be for the organization.
Mr. Secretary,
Dr. Smith?
does WMATA have its own retirement system, or does it participate in some other larger retirement system?
It's a mix. We can get those details, but there's different systems depending on the employee.
Okay, so what I was really leading to is what % funded is the WMATA retirement system?
I don't have that.
I can help. I can not give you the answer specifically, but sort of chime in here. One thing that we were trying to look at was the union piece of this and the funding there. And this goes back a couple years with Deputy Secretary Sargent. And we couldn't get to the data that we needed, but there were wild swings, and we didn't understand the swings. And so, yeah, I mean, I can't answer your question, Dr. Smoot, in terms of the % that's funded or unfunded, and there are different plans, and there's the different unions, and there's, so I probably a year and a half ago, I could have given you a more precise answer. But listen, this is a massive beast, and there's lots of stuff going on here. And so I'm not exactly sure, but there was some concern that we had about that exact issue, because, at some point you got to fix that, right? That's got to get resolved. And so we can pull some data together and get back to you on that. But some of it on the union side, we couldn't get into. And when we saw these big swings in the asset base we didn't understand it, and we couldn't get the answer.
In the scope of our effort, our focus was really specific on operational cost savings in particular. So we turn to slide 14. This slide highlights 8 opportunities for reducing WMATA's non-personnel costs. If you're familiar, certainly with the industry or large, complex organizations, you know these are things that many of them, including WMATA, are spending a lot of time and investing a lot of their leadership, thought leaders, into evaluating for their organization and moving forward. Many of them required additional analysis to really have direct savings impact. But we've highlighted things. They have a broad range, as you can see, from reducing staff augmentation, which is something that WMATA spent a lot of time focusing on, to optimizing use of underutilized office space. This is a list of opportunities to improve efficiency that we're sharing with the organization. We do turn to growing and diversifying revenue streams. This slide highlights 6 opportunities for creating 22 to 61 million in additional annual revenue. I want to acknowledge the many opportunities we highlight here are being pursued in some fashion by WMATA. Increasing passenger fares, leasing underutilized parking lots, increasing parking rates, enhancing ad revenue, assessing concession and leasing opportunities at rail stations, and increasing fare collection efforts to counter fare evasions.
Ms. Sellers?
For 2.5, the concession, is that just based on what you currently do? Or is there a discussion of potentially creating some sort of concession opportunity in metro stations, like they do overseas and in other places?
These are new opportunities that we've highlighted. I mean, this is a rapid study, so this is a recommendation or an opportunity that's in the spirit of looking at the broader landscape and seeing where we can identify things that other transit organizations can do that WMATA could consider. It's also an example of something that they are ongoing efforts focused on this, and they talk about that in their most recent STP that they approved a few weeks ago.
Seems a little low. I would think some of those stations could make significantly more than that themselves, especially when you add in the tax that they can collect. But
we're happy to share some of the underlying assumptions in the data. We try to be conservative in revenue generation. We certainly don't want to mislead about the opportunities, but we do highlight some examples and tie those assumptions to precedent in other places.
Mr. Gribben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the strategic fare collection, going back to the chairman's earlier comments about the ability, there's true value there, and I think my colleague, Mr. Good, raised this when Mr. Clark was here briefing us. In terms of the value that Metro creates during certain times of the day or certain times of the year for certain riders can be enormous. And it seems like the 100K to 250K may not be capturing all of that. So I was just curious if there's any plan to look a little deeper into ways to charge people a little closer to what market price might be for the services Metro is providing.
It's a great point. And we certainly highlight an opportunity to look at passenger fares and to look at what potential increases could do from a revenue lens. I think this really goes down to a policy lens and how the organization and the stakeholders engaged want to shape fares in spirit of the cost of service. We do speak to the cost of service in the spirit of context. $9.53 is, there's a lot of assumptions in these figures, of course, but $9.53 is the cost of a rail service, $6.76 for bus. So there is a spread. That being said, WMATA, while not a perfect peer to really benchmark, their fares are not out of alignment with how other transit organizations approach fare revenue, fare collection, and fare pricing.
I just have a quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
On
Mr.
the policy front, I mean, part of the challenge with transit is you want to move as many people as possible, so you want to price it such that people will use it. And so and in a lot of cases, you're providing mobility and access to workplaces for the working poor. And so you have multiple conflicting policy objectives. And I was just curious if anyone amongst the studies that you did of other peer organizations, have they created, in essence, lower costs for the working poor than they would for others? I asked this, I mean, I used to commute to Manhattan, and I took the subway because it was the most efficient way. But, per the chairman's example, it was order of magnitudes cheaper than my other options. They could have priced that significantly higher, at least for me. And in talking to New York City DOT, their concern was, well, we'll price the poor out. But, we do lots of other things to help subsidize those that can't afford basic services. And has that type of subsidy thought ever come into any other of the transit agencies that you all looked at?
I'd say, and we can provide this information. There's fare subsidy programs for particular groups of individuals. Maybe it's benchmarked on income or whatever it may be across the country. So I think there's a wide array of examples that we could pull together. And I think that really comes down to this policy discussion, the funding sources of those subsidy programs. In each of the specific dynamics and customer bases of those regions is also certainly a factor. But they're happy to share them.
You know, there's some, and again, I can't give you chapter and verse here, but there's some substantial differences between the WMATA system, how it was built, what it was built for, and some of the peers that we try to compare them to. You know, it was initially, I think, conceived as a way to get people into D.C., work for the federal government. That's what sort of the genesis was. And so it became a little bit of a spoken hub kind of system, and it doesn't do the other thing that you might want it to do as well. Also, and this is anecdotal, but I remember going up there in the early days, and we went into WMATA's new headquarters building in Northern Virginia, one of their headquarters buildings in Northern Virginia, and they had recently gotten to that building. And we've probably been here less than a year. And if you go to the Patrick Henry building where I operate, or you walk around this building, they're nice buildings, right? But in the Patrick Henry building, particularly where the governor and the cabinet is, it hadn't been renovated in many years. The furniture I'm in is more than adequate, but it's old, it's, a little bit damaged. It's a little bit not as pretty as it might be, and we sort of just went down to the basement and grabbed what you grab and put it in your office, and off you go. Thankfully, the governor has put in the budget last time some renovation of the building, so the new folks coming in are going to get a freshened building with new furniture and so forth. But it's old stuff. And listen, it works, and look around this room. It's not fancy, but it works. Oh, my goodness. If you'd seen their building, I went in and I never forget going into the restroom. And when I went to wash my hands, and, the soap and the water, but they had soap, water, and air, and it was a bar that went across. And guess what? The soap worked really well, the water worked really well, and then it blew my hands dry all right there. And I'm looking around going, this is awesome, right? And this is the entity who's just moved in, who can't pay their bills, right? Does it need to be that way? Do we need to be in that space? No, that's picking on something small, but the way they built their stations as well, the one I'm talking about in Northern, now nobody wants to live in what I'll call communist Russia architecture. I don't think anybody subscribes that the government should build things that look like that. There is some value in things that look good and make you feel good and proud to be an American or proud to be a Northern Virginia or WMATA person, right? So you want them to be decent, right? But the ones we build are cavernous, big, and they cost a lot of money, right? And so, should we be doing that? So there's stuff that's already there, the way the system's built, the buildings that are there, the costs that went into the buildings, and so this is wrestling an alligator here. And it's nobody's fault per se, but all these things are real. And how do you get your arms around all that and squeeze that thing down so that you can afford it? So you just, there's some physically structural issues there that make it challenging as well.
In the spirit of context, when we look at the 10 to 40 million in estimated annual growth for fare increases, the 10 million is for a 5-cent fare increase per ride. 40
Think
million.
about that. Do you hear what you just said? 5 cents.
And that is per ride, and then 20 cents per ride for the 40 million. And that does factor in some standard assumptions around fare evasion. I do also want to point out when we talk about subsidy programs for fares, Metro certainly does have those programs, Metro Lift, for example. So this is a focus area for them as well.
And Mr. Gribbin, I contend, without the data in front of me, that to your point on the going into New York City, the elasticity of demand is much different. The price elasticity, I should say, is not, they're not meeting, that's not the problem, right? You raise the fare 5 cents, you really think for a ride, you really think that anybody is going to make a different decision? I think that the elasticity there is zero, right? And so, of course, if you doubled it, you'd have a different situation. But I think there's plenty of room. Part of the problem is my view of sort of the transit world is our goals tend to be more for less money, meaning fair money. Don't charge you the least that you can possibly be charged and give you more. And that's a great goal, right? But somebody's got to pay for it. And so that's sort of what we're dealing with here in some respects. And I think there's plenty of places with the safety nets of folks that can't afford the increases, need to get to where they need to go. I think there's plenty of opportunity for fair. And if you look, the trend line, and you've seen this before in this board, the trend line for fare increases, it was flat as costs were zooming up over many years. And so that was the policy the board decided, the WMATA board decided, and that's what they implemented, and it created a gap.
Sure.
Or helped create a bigger gap.
Slide has blinked a few times. I'm not sure if that's my cue, but fortunately, I'm on my last slide, and we can start to kind of close out the presentation. This is just 6 that are additionally focused on operational efficiency initiatives. You'll notice the format is a little different here. We don't have direct financial savings associated with these options. Rather, they represent feedback we've heard from transit experts, our position as a consulting firm that focuses on transit, and observations that came from our discussions at WMATA. For example, for 3.3, we showed earlier the declining levels of federal funding and how it's resulted in greater demands on state and local jurisdictional contributions. Repeatedly, we've heard from stakeholder feedback that expanding WMATA's pursuit of federal funding from additional sources, TIFIA loans, for example, is certainly something worth consideration in investing in capital improvements that can reduce pressures on the future operating budget. So there's a lot here in this brief presentation. I appreciate the time that you all gave us to share our findings to date and the opportunity to be involved in this effort. And again, thank you to Randy, the WMATA leadership team, Director Robertson, and certainly Jen from DRPT, Jennifer and others from WMATA and the WMATA board who have been very collaborative in helping us do this in 12 weeks. It was a sprint, but if anyone has any additional questions or anything we can be helpful with, please don't hesitate to let us know.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Lawson.
Just one quick one. You're collaborating with them, and that's good. What feedback specifically or generally are you getting from them to these initiatives?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'd say it's very similar feedback that we receive whenever we approach one of these studies. First, it's helping us understand where they've been focused in some of these areas that we weren't aware of, which is really important. We don't have blind spots as we approach this work. They've helped us understand, some of the challenges that they face in some of these, which we used as inputs into some of both our impact analysis, but also the analysis on future cost savings. And then some of the realities of how this organization was designed and some of the systematic limitations that they face as they approach some of these. It's certainly unique and can create some additional challenges they look to improving WMATA. So I think it was a really helpful relationship.
Let me ask Mr. Walter Alcorn, Supervisor of Fairfax, who has lots of WMATA involvement, lots of Northern Virginia transportation involvement, lots of government and civic involvement. Walter, tell them a little bit about yourself and then make your comments.
Well, thank you, Secretary Miller. Yeah, I did want to jump up, and so he didn't have to answer every question. But as you say, I am on the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors. I'm also on the WMATA board, one of 2 Virginia representatives on the board. But
you've been involved, sir, for a very long time in a lot of these issues. He's not new to this, okay?
Got a few gray hairs.
If you read his whole resume, we would be here for a while in terms of his involvement.
But I would say, just to go directly to your question, speaking for the WMATA board, it's been, I think, very well received. And I think, those of us in Virginia, of course, we split the cost of WMATA state and local, And as a local elected official, I see tremendous value. We need to be looking at these efficiencies. We need to continue to push the organization to be efficient and find cost savings. So, and I think the reception has been good, I'll put it that way, and this is very useful. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alcorn. Thank you for your service. Ms. Sellers?
I just have one kind of comment to this, and looking at what you guys are trying to do, particularly with the labor costs, and just really ask that you be judicious with it and consider that, behind every one of these cuts in labor categories is a person, and these are people who live in Northern Virginia, they live in the Fredericksburg area, they live, out towards Loudoun, and so these are real lives we're talking about. And so when we get into some of these contract negotiations, just to consider that, particularly I imagine WMATA is one of those similar to the military or local government or VDOT, where we have a lot of legacy folks who've watched their parents go through the system and now they are. So just keep that in mind, that we can't continue and always ask for people who make the system work to be the ones to balance the budget. So just, please keep that in mind.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Laird?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the effort that is being made to reduce costs, increase revenues, but we're just kind of nibbling around the toes of the elephant. And it seems to me that the elephant is still in the room. And our input, well, we have no input. We receive information as the secretary.
We have input. We have a voice.
Well, my question or my thought would be that the numbers I look at, this operation is bankrupt. Have we asked for, not that we followed through with, but have we asked for a bankruptcy analysis?
I don't think Mr. Alcorn, I don't think we have anything like that.
Yeah,
Bankrupt is an interesting thing when you're government funded.
I
What
understand.
does that mean? So, as I told you earlier, the concept that's coming out of the study groups and the work groups in Northern Virginia is, here's how much money we need, please find a way to give it to us. So if you get it, you're not bankrupt. If you don't, then you got to do something different. I don't think they're bankrupt per se, meaning, they could stop service, they could do this, they could do that, they could still operate at some level without the funding, but it would be tough without some huge changes. So I think the specific answer is no. But again, that's why all these folks are scurrying around trying to find ways to raise additional tax revenue. And most of it has seemed to be centered on a regional way to raise the money, not out of the general fund here in Virginia, but at least for the Virginia part. But we'll see how that goes. To the earlier point, the General Assembly will start next week, and they're going to get busy on this, and we'll see what they bring forward.
Mr. Secretary, could I throw
Yes,
in
sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Alcorn.
Could I throw in just a quick thank you to this board, for all your time and frankly, the feedback. I've been listening to everything that you're saying. I know the consultants have and other WMATA folks. But I particularly want to thank you and all the time that you've put into WMATA over the last few years. It really has made a difference. So thank you for your service.
So what's the line? We're the government and we're here to help?
Of course.
Well, we have, listen, I will reiterate. Everybody understands in my team and in the governor's team that WMATA is very important for Northern Virginia and Virginia at large, because Northern Virginia is really important for Virginia at large. And we just want it to be the best it can be while still being affordable for the rest of the citizens and others that have to pay for it. That's all we want. Nobody wants to kill it. Nobody wants to stop it. Nobody wants to hurt individual folks. But there's people at the other side that are paying the money for those individual folks, and they're impacted as well. And so what we want is it to be the right size, run the right way, given the means that we have to provide to it. And that's what we're all sort of swimming towards. That's what we're pushing towards. That's what this analysis was trying to get at. Again, it was not an extensive thing We had a short period of time, but we wanted to at least get that conversation going and bring in some fresh eyes. Listen, this isn't the first rodeo on this kind of analysis. It's been done a number of times going back to, what was the federal guy's name?
LaHood?
LaHood, excuse me, Ray LaHood. And there's one that goes back to that. So this has been a continuing thing. And oh, by the way, we're not by ourselves. Just pick up the newspaper. Most of the transit organizations in the country are seeing similar kinds of issues. So, you know, there are lots of potential remedies here, and we're just going to keep putting our, hopefully we'll continue to dig and find what those are and push to make it what it can be. Because listen, we can't continue to afford those kinds of increases. It's just not sustainable. Thank you, Mr. Alcorn. Thanks for all that you do. All right, any other questions on WMATA? Folks, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back. We're going to brief on the trail, and then we're probably going to break for lunch, and then we'll come back after that. So I know we got a lot of folks here, so I'm just trying to keep you aware of what our schedule is going to be. We'll be as expeditious as we can, because I know that a lot of folks want to come speak to us. I'll remind you that when we get to public comment, we have a number of people that have signed up here, and I know a bunch more that's still in the back. If any of y'all have watched me in my 4 years as chairman here, I try to get as much public comment as we can. I try to let people, I typically don't use clocks. And my joke is, if I like what you're saying, then I'll let you go on, and if I don't, it's 3 minutes. That's not really true. It's sort of a joke. But we do have a policy on this board that public comment is limited to 30 minutes. And we break that up between the members that are here, or not the members, but the guests that want to make public comment. What I encourage folks to do is, if you have 4 or 5 people that are basically going to say the same thing, don't waste your time saying the same thing over and over again. And listen, if it goes 40 minutes, it's not going to break my heart. I want to get people to be able to be heard and to get their comments to this board. And so as we go through this process, when we get to the action item and get to the public comment period, that's how we will handle it. Okay, fair enough? And listen, we're not going to sit here for 3 hours and take public comment. I don't think we have that issue here today. But if it runs a little bit over 30, I think that the board would give me a little bit of leeway to hear what we want, that people came here to tell us. All right, fair enough. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're in recess. I'm going to call us back into session. Before we get started, let me have some introductory remarks from here, and then I'm going to give a presentation or make some remarks from the podium. I want to thank the folks that are here today of interest on this trail, and all the advocacy that we've had. It's been remarkable. I'm still getting emails into my email box as we speak. And so we love to hear from folks, and other than the volume, which has been probably 2,200, 2,300, 2,400 emails in my email inbox, with a bunch that we didn't take into the inbox because they were consolidated and given to us. We've had literally probably 6,000, 7,000 points of input. And listen, that's all appreciated. No matter how it comes to us, no matter what it says, we want to hear from folks. And so thank you all for being engaged. All these people involved, I'm sure we're going to have a great outcome no matter which way we go. That I'm going to go to the dais and make some remarks. I'm sorry I've got my back to y'all folks, but I'm trying to be in the right place. So as you know, and I've sent some remarks out to the board over the weekend, and there were a couple things that were not fully accurate. I'll clean that up as I go through this discussion today. But the Shenandoah Valley Rail Trail has more than a 20-year history of study and advocacy by lots of folks. It goes back to really 2004. There was a study done back then, but there's been all sorts of work in this corridor on this subject. Between 2021 and 2024, the General Assembly provided funding for the development of trails, stipulating in 2023 that up to $35 million should be allocated to the Shenandoah Valley Rail Trail, and specifically for land acquisition planning and site developments. And they appended something that said, efforts which shall not preclude options to maintain rail transportation in the corridor. So they said, please study that. VDOT studied the constraints, considerations, and costs for constructing a trail alongside the rail line as an alternative to the previous studied rail-to-trail option. And we had 3 phases to that study. The first 2 phases were briefed to the board. The third phase was released and not briefed in its toto, but it's been out there, and you have that for some time. The final phase of the 3-phase study included estimates of $164 million to rip up the rails and build a trail on the rail bed, and $382 million if the trail by itself was built aside the rail bed. And there was a $680 million number if you did both. These estimates are not informed by engineering or design work, and thus contain, and rightfully so, high amounts of assumptions and contingency, but they are what they are. I would say, and I tell people this, and this is not to say anything that would be considered negative. VDOT builds roads and highways really well, and VDOT does the best they can to estimate things before they do design and engineering. But that requires a lot of assumption, a lot of contingency, and I don't believe, and I think most of my people that have looked at this believe that if we tore the rails up and put put a trail on top of the rail bed, that it would cost $164 million. I don't think that's real. I think that's very high. But it is what it is. That's the number that we have. The previous 2021 feasibility study identified involvement by a state agency or a regionally sponsored nonprofit as potential methods of owning and maintaining the rail corridor. The report also noted, quote, the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority, VPRA, established by Chapter 1230 of the 2020 Acts of Assembly, is responsible for promoting, sustaining, and expanding the availability of passenger and commuter rail service in the Commonwealth. If the State Rail Authority takes ownership of this corridor, a rail with trail is a possibility. The question posed is whether the Commonwealth should pursue a rail and trail concept or only a trail. The administration believes that pursuing both delivers the greatest benefit to the citizens of the Commonwealth. Leaving the rail in place while building the trail allows for excursion rail, rail biking, short line use, and ultimately maybe 20 years, maybe 30 years, commuter and or passenger rail. One of my cleanups here, as I said, VPRA CEO DJ Stadler spoke about this future potential uses, and I said it was in our board meeting, it was in his board meeting, and I conflated the two, so I apologize, but in his board meeting, he said tearing up the rail and building the trail on the rail bed, which would include rail banking, would technically allow the same. However, imagine tearing out an established and active trail to restore the rail line. The cost would be exorbitant, and the public would have to give up the trail or rebuild it alongside the rebuilt rail, driving the cost even further. Cost and public opposition would be expected to keep this from occurring. As a practical matter, we believe rail banking the corridor and building a trail on the rail bed would close this corridor for future rail use. Let me just talk a little bit about rail banking, and I'm not a lawyer and I'm not an expert, but this line is currently in a discontinued state. That's a legal sort of surface transportation FRA term that means it's sitting there with the rails there, just not used. Rail banking is something that's come along in the last numbers of years and has been used extensively across the country. I think there's probably 400 or more examples of it. And basically what rail banking involves is for the owner to file for abandonment. That's the first part of the process. And abandonment has all sorts of negative things that can happen in it. But if you're going to rail bank, you file for abandonment, and then sort of in the process, you pivot to rail banking. And what that does is it still maintains the corridor as available for rail, but would allow you to take the rail up and put something else there, in this case, a trail. That process takes some time. There is cost associated with it. It's not guaranteed, but it's likely, right? And how long it takes depends on who's objecting and what the situation is. It's not a 3-month process. It's likely a 9-month process, maybe more than a year. But the process would expect to go through. And when you bank that thing and put it over there, then you could come back and take it out of the bank and say, we're going to put railroad back there. It allows you to do that. So the rail banking does that. It also does something that's really important. And the way these lines were assembled, and I can't speak to all the pieces of this line, but the way lines were assembled over many years in the country, some are fee simple, some are right of way, some would revert under, well, some would revert to landowners if you rail bank, or if you didn't rail bank but abandoned. And so the underlying sort of corridors, the underlying land in many of these cases, if you abandon, go to state law, and the state law controls what happens to it. So one thing that rail banking does, and state law may say, this piece goes back to Mrs. Smith, who was the landowner when this came in, and Mrs. Smith or her heirs would get that piece of land. So the state laws, depends on what state you're in as to what your laws say and what would happen to that corridor. But what rail banking does do to the benefit of that is it keeps the federal hand on the corridor and says, no, state law doesn't apply. It's still federal law. It's still open as a corridor. We can bring rail back and put it back if we wanted to. And that's sort of the high-level rail banking. Interest, as I said earlier, in both options has been very strong. We've probably received, and I haven't counted them. I read a few hundred of the 2,200, 2,300, 2,400 I got, 2,500 I got. All I can tell you is the ones I didn't read, say 2,200, 2,100 in my email inbox, and they're similar. I tried to read the ones that weren't the same. There's probably hundreds of those, so I'm thinking it's 2,500, it might be more than that, have been received from trail-only advocates. As I said, a small percentage of them were personalized and included additional remarks. And the remarks were interesting, you know, and we also received a letter in the last few days by 9 towns that are along the corridor advocating for the trail-only option, and a letter from both the Alliance for Shenandoah Valley and the Shenandoah Rail Trail Exploratory Partnership, also who have been really the leaders in the trail-only sort of view. We also got a letter from Delegate Tony Wilt that has been distributed to you, and others for advocacy for trail only. I think that we got a lot of input, folks, from a lot of important people, and I say important people, people that live in the corridor, that care about the corridor, that care about where they are, and so we appreciate that. Rail and trail advocacy has been similarly vocal. The Shenandoah Valley Battlefield Foundation sent one email listing the email's addresses, and when I wrote this, it was 1,500. I think it's over 2,000, maybe 3,000 now, and you'll have an opportunity to hear a little bit more of that in a minute, including funding contributors. And so when the email barrage started, you were getting most of these to your CTB email address, which is not your normal working everyday address. They all came to mine at the office, right? Not my CTB address, because I don't use that, but they came to the secretary's address, so I see them all. When it started, and the foundation folks and others, I said, listen, guys, please don't send another 3,000 emails to everybody. Just put them all together, put them on one sheet, append all the email addresses and hand it to us. And that's what they had done. I just didn't think y'all could could deal with 5,000 emails as opposed to just 2,500 or 7,000 or whatever it might be. In addition, the Farm Bureau of Shenandoah County, representing over 1,600 members, weighed in. The Virginia Poultry Growers Association, the Virginia Cattlemen's Association, all sent letters supporting rail and trail. Businesses like Luray Caverns, Huff Corporation, that large trucking firm up there, Allegheny Feed and Milling, Lane Sawmill, George's Inc. Feed Mill, Holtzman Oil and Valley Fertilizer also sent letters of support. Shortline operators, Durbin and Greenbrier Valley Railroad, and Scenic Rail Operator, Railroad Investment Corporation Holdings, submitted letters of interest, and SMS Lines proposed short line excursion and rail backing. Valley Railroad Company, who specializes in the maintenance, repair, replacement, and construction of railroad track, bolstered by a consulting study prepared by Stone Consulting, believes the line could be rehabilitated for far less than the Phase 3 report estimates, and that was sent to you as well. Of course, the politicians have weighed in as well, not just the local ones, but the General Assembly. Political leaders including Delegate Chris Runyon, Delegate Dolores Oaks, and Delegate-elect Pence, and I've included that in your folders today because we didn't have that before last night, have all advocated for both the rail and trail option. I will mention to you Delegate-elect Pence is a newly elected delegate up there. The whole trail is basically in his district. The Shenandoah County Board Chairman, Josh Stevens, an incoming member and former Vice Chairman of the Planning Commission, Mark Dotson, also expressed strong support for this option. So let's turn now to the Battlefield Foundation. Let's talk about them just a little bit. The Shenandoah Battlefields Foundation is a private nonprofit organization formed in 2000, is the management entity with respect to the management and administration of the congressionally created Shenandoah Valley Battlefields National Historic District. Shenandoah Valley Battlefield Foundation is charged with, among other things, preserving historical transportation linkages among Civil War battlefields within the district, including investigating the establishment of walking trails within the district and the potential reestablishment of passenger rail service along historic rail lines within the district. It has a track record of success. And I included a fact sheet on the Battlefield Foundation. Here with me today is Kevin Walker, who's the CEO of the Battlefield Foundation, and I'm going to give him a couple minutes just to let him tell you a little bit about his foundation so that you'll know a little bit more. So, Mr. Walker, can you join me, please?
Thank you very much for giving us a little bit of time today. My name is Kevin Walker. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Shenandoah Valley Battlefields Foundation, and Secretary Miller gave you a little bit of the background, telling you who we are. We were established by Congress, and we operate under enabling legislation, and we were established as part of a three-legged stool that was a partnership between the federal government, the state government, and the creation of this new nonprofit managing entity who I represent today. We're the only National Historic District of our kind in the country, and we were envisioned to be the lead managing partner in the Shenandoah Valley for issues exactly like this one. And I won't tell you a whole lot about our past. I could go on, but suffice it to say that the model that Congress created and that the state worked with Congress to create has worked very, very well. We've preserved directly more than 7,700 acres of battlefield ground in the Shenandoah Valley. We have museums and visitor centers. We welcome visitors every day and have impacted the economy to the tune of millions upon millions of dollars, and we've been doing that work for nearly 30 years now. More recently, we've gotten extremely involved with the concept of rail with trail, and that's what brings us here today. But this is not a new issue for us. Along with other community groups and nonprofit organizations and government entities, many of whom are represented here today, we've put a tremendous amount of creative energy and critical resources into bringing a regional trail to fruition that would run from one end of our National Historic District to the other. The foundation is fully committed to working with our friends, our neighbors, our partners, and the Trail Coalition to complete a trail that traverses the majority of the National Historic District, running for 48 miles from Front Royal to Broadway within the Norfolk Southern Rail Corridor. Full stop, no equivocation. For nearly 3 decades, the foundation has had a documented and publicly stated interest in the long-term preservation of the historic transportation routes within the National Historic District, the continuation of rail service on the Norfolk Southern Rail Line through the Shenandoah Valley, and the development of a regional trail within the Norfolk Southern Rail Corridor. That interest is rooted in the directives outlined for the foundation in the Shenandoah Valley Battlefields National Historic District Act of 1996, and further explained in the district's management plan published in the year 2000. The management plan was a result of a multi-year public process and was ratified and endorsed by the towns and counties within the historic district, including the 9 that has sent the letter to you all. In 2004, the foundation partnered with the Northern Shenandoah Valley Regional Commission to complete the very first regional-wide riding and wheeling study to explore the feasibility of and identify options for a system of pedestrian and bicycle trails that could interconnect our communities in the Northern Shenandoah Valley. Since that time, the foundation has worked publicly to further that goal and now manages over 11 miles of its own trails constructed within the foundation's park system throughout the valley, with 3 additional miles in various stages of planning and construction, all which should be done this year. Those trails are managed and maintained at the sole expense of the foundation, and as of Christmas Eve, have attracted more than 85,600 visits in the last 12 months. With approximately 120,000 annual visits to the foundation's battlefield parks, museums, and visitor centers, it's evident that the majority of our visitors take advantage of our trails and that they have become a well-utilized and attractive recreation resource for our community. Let me just wrap up by saying that throughout the last 25 years, the foundation has been a valley leader in developing outdoor recreation opportunities, preserving the agricultural and scenic character of the region, and invigorating the valley's tourism industry. During that time, the foundation has been a vocal proponent for not only a region-wide trail system, but also the preservation and later the return of rail service. Excursion rail has been part of the foundation's vision and work plan since the management plan was published in 2000, and freight and passenger service have always been a part of what we have advocated for locally with our political leaders in Richmond and Washington. And as the years passed, others joined us in our continuous advocacy for rail, including the Shenandoah Valley Network and the Alliance for the Shenandoah Valley. Until very recently, there was absolutely no daylight between the broader conservation community and the communities in the valley and the Shenandoah Valley Battlefields Foundation on our policies regarding rail. We all believe that rail service should be continued, that rail was critically important to the agriculture and tourism industries, and the possibility of passenger service should be explored and promoted. We are very committed to our mission. We have supporters from all across the nation, most of whom are from the Valley, that as of last evening have submitted more than 3,000 letters of support. Our management plan here speaks to Rail with Trail and has been our guiding light for more than 25 years. I leave both of these things for public record. And I would just end by saying, some of our Trails Only friends have asked me, Kevin, why don't you just let this go and just let us build our trail on top of the rail bed? Unfortunately, because of our commitments to the Commonwealth of Virginia and to the Congress of the United States, we don't have the luxury of looking at it so myopically. We cannot turn our back on the larger preservation issues in the valley, and certainly not on the agriculture industry. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
And I'd like to ask Ms. Julie Langen to join me. Ms. Langen is the Director of the Department of Historic Resources for Virginia. She's served 4 governors, I think, Julie. Congratulations. 14 years or so here now? Yes. 14 years or here from now. She knows more about the Battlefield Foundation than I will ever know, and probably almost as much as Kevin. And she's here to give you a few thoughts from her perspective. Ms. Langen.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here this morning representing the Department of Historic Resources. And if you're not familiar with us, we're the state agency responsible for historic preservation throughout the Commonwealth, and we administer about a dozen state as well as federal preservation programs. We also administer a number of grant programs, and one of those is the Battlefield Preservation Fund. And through that fund, we have awarded millions of dollars to the preservation of open space battlefield lands in the Shenandoah Valley. Full disclosure, I am not an expert on rail transportation or railroads, so I cannot speak to the details of the proposed project. What I can share is that the rail line in question is historically significant. And along its corridor are located numerous historic properties as well as historic districts. In addition, during my 43 years of working in historic preservation, I've witnessed and admired successful and impactful examples of how historic rail lines can stimulate economic development through heritage tourism. But perhaps more importantly, I am here to speak to my extensive experience working with the Shenandoah Valley Battlefields Foundation. I would describe this foundation as one of DHR's primary stakeholders. We have partnered with the foundation for 3 decades, and over the years have awarded to the foundation millions in grants for the preservation of battlefields and other historic resources in the valley. Since I became director of the department, I have personally developed and benefited from a very close working relationship with Kevin Walker, as well as members of the foundation board. And as a result, I know this organization as well or better than any other in Virginia. This mutually productive and collaborative relationship has allowed me to observe firsthand SVBF's ability to pursue bold and ambitious projects, inspire the public, and build parks and tourism infrastructure from one end of the valley to the other. I've also watched them raise money very successfully, educate the public, share their vision, and manage an increasingly complex real estate portfolio. So in sum, it's my experience that the Shenandoah Valley Battlefields Foundation has a proven track record. And having worked with this organization on almost a daily basis, I'm confident of their abilities and capacity. They've been a wonderful partner, and what I've observed is that when they set their minds to do something, they deliver. Thank you very much.
The recommendation that the administration has given to you is to preserve the rail corridor for potential future rail service. And through that, the Commonwealth proposes transferring the funding and project to the VPRA mentioned earlier. As VPRA's mission is to promote, sustain, and expand the availability of passenger and commuter rail service in the Commonwealth. VPRA would accept the funding in accord with an MOA with the CTB, and then 1, finalize a term sheet with the Shenandoah Valley Battlefield Foundation or another similarly situated and like-minded entity. The Commonwealth has worked extensively with the Battlefield Foundation as they were the only entity pursuing rail and trail, have a mission that includes both, and have a track record of success, as you've heard. Number 2, continue the public input process, as promised, by conducting public meetings to obtain feedback on not only the Phase 3 study, but on the plan of attack as it would be with the foundation, the plan of contract. And number 3, obtain VPR board approval to include a grant arrangement with the VPRA's budget. Under the proposed agreement, VPRA would facilitate the purchase of the corridor from Norfolk Southern for $23 million, the previously agreed to amount, and supply the residual funding on a reimbursement basis for trail design and construction. None of the $35 million could be used on any rail-related activities. Rather, it would be entirely dedicated to advancing the trail. Any grantee would be subject to performance metrics, target dates, and any default would allow the Commonwealth, in this case VPRA, to take possession of the asset. VPRA, as I said, will conduct a series of public meetings on Phase 3 and their planned agreement with the Shenandoah Battlefields Foundation prior to execution of any agreement between the parties. So let's talk about what we think the benefits of the transaction would be. First, VPRA reserves or preserves the 48-mile Shenandoah Rail corridor between Front Royal and Broadway. VPRA gains exclusive right, but not a duty, to introduce intercity and or commuter rail service in the future. Now, folks, that may seem like a long stretch, and it's a bit of a stretch, right? It's certainly a stretch today. As I told you, Mr. Statler, CEO Statler, in his board meeting said exactly that. He said, folks, we're not going to have passenger or commuter rail on this line in 10 years, probably not 20, but 25 or 30. We already see that drift from Northwest, from Washington, D.C., with OmniRide and others, and he sees real opportunity there. As I said, VPRA has the option to acquire at no or nominal cost the purchase corridor if the grantee does not fulfill its duty to design and construct the recreational trail appropriately and timely. Development of the trail should begin right away, while the feasibility of other rail activities, like we mentioned, excursion rail, rail biking, short line freight, commuter or passenger rail, are investigated and pursued. Any funds needed to investigate, plan, or construct rail facilities would come from other sources secured by the foundation or grantee. None of the $35 million could be spent on that. The Shenandoah Valley Battlefield Foundation agrees to work and partner with all interested parties to advance the trail. Rail banking the corridor and removing the rails would likely take a year or more and would practically eliminate those other uses permanently. Norfolk Southern, and this is important, Norfolk Southern has advised that due to its upcoming merger, this transaction to acquire the corridor needs to be completed by May of '26, or it could be in jeopardy. And let me give you some background on that, because that's, I spoke with them again yesterday morning. They reiterated that. But be clear, they're not saying it wouldn't happen. They're not saying it would happen after 2026. They're saying that because of their merger opportunity, or because of the merger activities here, when you get past that date, things get hazy. And the shift will be ultimately from the East Coast to the Midwest. The leadership will change, and the priorities could change. And so there is risk. How much risk is that? I don't know exactly what that risk is. But they were very clear that if we wanted to make sure this got done, then we need to get it done before that occurs. And that's important to us. I would tell you, as I said, there's been tons of public input, and we appreciate all of that. Let me read you just a couple things that jumped out at me. I'm just going to read one here. It sort of said what I thought was really important. This is a letter that you all have in your previous package from Josh Stevens, chairman of the board. And he says to Mr. Statler, he wrote them to this prior to their meeting on December 15th of this year. Our board was presented with a rail-to-trail concept in early 2021 and passed resolution on March 9, 2021, supporting that effort. We were never presented with any other alternative use for this corridor. Since that time, I've been to several meetings, town hall events, and VDOT functions, listening to constituents about this issue. I can say that the voice in our county to preserve the rail and provide a trail has become a sounding majority. When asked later if the original supporters of the rail to trail project knew of other alternatives, their answer was yes. I was told, however, quote, "That's not what we want," unquote. This project cannot and should not be approved based on the wants of a small fraction of our county citizens that are involved in a special interest group. It should be one that has a long, bright future that serves the best interests of all county citizens. The best solution in my mind is the Rails with Trails model. And he goes on. So folks, at the end of the day, we've been given some money by the General Assembly. The only thing we can spend that money on is acquiring the corridor, which has been negotiated over time, and building a trail. That's the only thing we can spend this money on. But we believe that the rail should be preserved, the corridor should be preserved. And we don't believe that rail banking preserves the corridor in any real way as a practical matter. And so the project would be build the trail along the rail, keep the rail in a discontinued state. Frankly, the state does not want to own this trail. We don't own most of the trails in the Commonwealth. We don't want to own them, and VDOT does not want to own them and maintain them. That's not what we do. And so we shift the liability off to our foundation. We did the same thing on the Eastern Shore and other places around the Commonwealth. Typically, community groups, nonprofit groups, foundation groups, whether it's exploratory partnership or an alliance or a foundation or whatever it might be, we typically partner with them, get it started, and then they take it over. And that's the model that we're looking at here. And so at the end of the day, in order to keep the corridor intact, there's only one way to go. Corridor intact as I've defined it. And the way to go is to not tear the rails out. And if you go to rail banking and tear the rails out, I would contend to you that you're done as a practical matter for bringing railroad back. You heard Ms. Langen talk about the corridor's significance and the rail line's significance. But most importantly, I think the economic opportunity here for other activities, for rail banking, excursion rail, and nobody thinks that the foundation or anybody else is going to establish, rail up and down the 50-mile corridor tomorrow. That's not what they're going to do. They're going to start building the trail immediately. They don't have to have the delay of rail banking process. Again, something that might be 9 months, might be 12 or more, depending on how it went. They can start immediately, and they'll keep that rail line not active, but they'll keep that rail line in place as they work with these partners that we've told you about and sent you information about to establish these other activities on different parts of the rail line. That's up to them to go fund that, to figure it out, to grant raise, fundraise and grant raise to get that done. If they don't get that done, they will continue to build the trail and they will keep working on it. But that's the proposal, and that's the reason that we're in favor of that. The governor and I are convinced that this route reflects the best interests of the citizens of the Commonwealth. It gets the trail started sooner with a partner that is experienced in building and maintaining trails, one who has a track record of success, and who pledges to work with all stakeholders. It also preserves the rail corridor and allows for excursion rail, rail biking, short line operation, and commuter passenger rail, consistent with the direction to ensure consideration of the same is directed by the General Assembly in the 2023 budget. All of the $35 million allocated, less the amount already spent, can only be spent on the trail advancement, not on rail. Continuing public engagement, including public hearings, will be conducted by the VPRA before any transaction is finalized. And according to Norfolk Southern, as I said, if this is not completed by May 2026, it is at risk because of their merger. So folks, that completes my presentation to you here this morning. I'm certainly happy to take any questions. Ms. Sellers.
Are we allowed to move this money from VDOT to VPRA without the General Assembly's action?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we sure? Because item 452 is the Department of Transportation's budget line. And then when you get into the I, it specifically, explicitly states the Trails Office.
The lawyers tell me yes, ma'am. We wouldn't be trying to do something we didn't think we could do. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Secretary. Great information. I wish we had had it sooner, but if the concern is the merger between the railroads, wouldn't an option be, instead of waiting months or weeks, for VDOT to take this on and purchase this because they have the people, the resources, and the experience based on their track record, to close this deal within weeks, not months, because May is not that far away. Wouldn't that be an acceptable solution
The
instead
state
of
does
rushing?
not, the state does not want to own the corridor, sir. So the answer is no. Part of this whole concept is shifting the responsibility to the local groups that are advocating, and that's what the state prefers. Anyone else? Mr. Good.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for the presentation. The project is in my district, the Stanton District, and I just want the world to know that I reviewed all these reports, and there's a lot of data in there, a lot of interesting data in there. Actually, this goes back 25 years. One of the letters that were provided to us just in the last 24 hours was a consulting firm that started on this in 2020. So it's been a quarter century.
2000.
Yeah, 2000, thank you. I think what comes out in the letters, and I hope the public looks at those if they're up on the internet that just come out in the last 24 hours, is the role that the railroad can play in the agriculture industry. I have a bias against agriculture because I grew up on a farm and understand that pretty well, and the need for the rail there. Shenandoah County includes most of the trail, the bulk of it, and it's heavy on agriculture. Rockingham is as well. And there were a number of letters there of people supporting the rail with trail that I suspect a lot of the people seated here today are not aware of. And I think I want to call to their attention, they need to look at that. After reading those letters, I become more optimistic about the potential for the rail to be used, and also more optimistic that maybe the costs will be less. So I think that was important, and thank you again for your presentation.
I will tell you, I am very pleased that we have so much input from all comers, but I don't like count one versus the other. You know, it's not a how many you can write. We have plenty from both sides, if you will, to say there's a lot of interested people, right? And as I told you, I think Mr. Walker said he's got 4,000 now. We didn't send them to your inbox. And the Farm Bureau represents 1,600. But this is an accounting game. I guess I would say, listen, there are plenty of passionate folks who have an opinion on this on both sides, and that's the fact. All right, folks, Ms. Dunlop.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for the presentation. And I just want to say a special thank you for bringing the Department of Historic Resources in. I know there has been some question about the involvement of other state agencies. And our Department of Historic Resources has done a remarkable job through the years of trying to look at preserving Virginia history, but recognizing the economic benefits of doing it in the right way. And I think those remarks today were very helpful in this, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlop. All right, I'm going to return to my seat. All right, we've got 2 items left on the workshop agenda. Director Robinson, do you have any items for us today?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll be brief. I'm not going to walk everyone through my director's report. Ridership is up. We talk about that every month. All those things are good. I could talk a lot about accomplishments, but what I'd like to do is just give a quick reminder of the items that DRPT has ongoing that you will be hearing about in the coming weeks and months. In the action meeting that will follow this, you're going to be presented with a resolution that will speak to our significant efforts on revising the funding formula for our merit operating and capital grant program. In a related fashion, we've talked a lot about data needed by the department, and our department has an ongoing procurement out to find a consultant to help guide us in obtaining the data that we need so we can do an even deeper dive in that work. We have talked a lot about needing passenger miles traveled data and cost by mode among all of our 40 transit agencies. And once we have that, we're going to be able to go even further and make transit even more efficient across the Commonwealth. We are in the midst of a department-wide technology assessment at DRPT, working with Gartner. So we're really excited about that, and you'll hear more about that in the future, to take our department into the future and make our own programs more efficient and eliminate a lot of duplication. You are going to hear in 2026 a lot about the statewide rail plan. That is a plan that is due every 4 years. And our team has been doing a lot of legwork leading to that, but 2026, in the coming weeks and months, that will start the engagement and feedback process, and this body will be presented with a statewide rail plan by the end of the year for approval. And finally, I mentioned at the meeting in December, but I wanted to reiterate that we recently finalized the procurement and selected a vendor, Academy Bus, for the first East-West Virginia Breeze route that will launch in the spring, called the Tidewater Current. So we hope you all will celebrate that with us. And last but not least, I just want to say that it's been a pleasure leading the department at DRPT and a wonderful team for the last year, and it's been a pleasure working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, just recognizing the amount of public that is here to speak, I'm going to yield the rest of my time. My quarterly report is in your package and available to discuss any of those
Oh, you're not
items.
getting off that easy. Come on. This is my last meeting. What are you thinking? I'm going to have a lot of questions now.
Well, we can have that dialogue at the appropriate time.
This is appropriate. Oh, so now my remarks. As you all know, our term ends in a little over a little under 2 weeks. Not this Friday, but next Friday, and that will we'll have a new secretary come on board, somebody that we know and admire, somebody I've worked with extensively. He's a man who is smart and capable and knows more about transportation probably than I'll ever know, frankly. And is a good guy to work with, so I think you're in good hands with him. I hope so. You know, it's just been fantastic to have people like the commissioner and the director to partner with here. The commissioner has served 2 terms. When we came on board, we asked him to stay. That's a little bit unusual sometimes as governors come and go, particularly when they're of different parties. But one of the great things about transportation, and if you heard me say it before, it's not particularly partisan. It's more political and sort of regional and this and that. And we get a little partisan from time to time, but most of it is not. And so we just want good people. We don't have all these things that get in our way. We want to go make our highway system the best it can be. We want to do it as cheaply as we can. We have goals like that, and they're just not partisan or political. And so the commissioner was asked to stay on in this administration. I led that charge, obviously, and the governor agreed, and he's happy he did so. And so while he is going to stay on a bit longer at least, so he will, Ms. Langen, I don't know if she's still here, but he will serve at least 3 governors now, which is pretty darn unusual. I think it goes back at least 30 years or more, but it doesn't happen very regularly is all I can tell you. Maybe in the old days, a lot more people stayed along a lot longer, but it was very different then. So I can just not say enough of thanks, enough good things about you, and thanks. I'll save all the bad things for you later. We'll have a drink, and I'll tell you all about that. But more seriously, Steve has just done a great job. He's been a great colleague to work with. I've tried to stay out of his hair as much as I can. And the only thing I can tell you is I just try to emulate his dress more because he's the most fashionable guy in the room. So, Steve, thank you for your work. Appreciate all that you've done. And now to Ms. Robinson. So I got to know Tiffany when she came to the administration and served in a deputy chief of staff role. And Tiffany came from Maryland, from her most recently from Maryland. And Tiffany, like you, Becky, and like me, was a secretary in Maryland as well. And had other jobs, chief of staff, deputy chief of staff type jobs as well. So she's been in service to folks just like just like Steve has, just like you have. And as she got in this deputy chief of staff role, and I knew that our director was going to be leaving, I was begging for them to give me her, to move her over to DRPT. And Tiffany, it took a little longer than I wanted, but we finally got her over here. And I want to thank the folks at DRPT, Zach Trogdon and others who kept the organization moving on an interim basis. But Tiffany got there, and she has done great things in a short period of time. We didn't get the merit thing finished yet. Remember, we pushed that a little bit. But that's really important, to get our funding formula to really go to the goals that we have, to make sure it does that. And we've got some great work ahead of us, and you'll be seeing that in a couple months. It'll come back. But Tiffany, I just want to tell you how grateful I am that you've done what you've done, that you joined our team, and I certainly wish you well as we move into the future. The last thing I will say, who's not at the table today, but Kathy McGee, who's our deputy commissioner, is retiring, as I understand it. Kathy, I don't know, she looks like half the retirement age, so I'm not really sure how she's been here that long, but she has been exceptional as well. And so, things move on, people go retire, or they move to other things. But wow, this was a dream team to be able to work with. So thank you all very much. It's been a great pleasure. With that, we're breaking for lunch. I'm going to call us back into order. This will begin the action meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board here in Richmond on January 6th. Our first item on our agenda is public comment. And the first citizen that has signed up is Mr. Frank, is it Silar, sir? Siler. Great name. C-I-H-L-A-R. I love that. And so when you get up here, Mr. Siler, tell us who you are and where you're from, and then we'll look to hear your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. I am Frank Siler. I am a former federal prosecutor. I retired from the Department of Justice as the senior executive in charge of the tax enforcement policy section in the tax division. I am a resident of Woodstock, Virginia. I will say, a supporter of rails and trails, but I'm not part of any group, and I'm here representing myself and myself alone. In the interest of full disclosure, as a member of the Shenandoah Valley Battlefields Foundation, I sued the foundation for, among other things, exceeding its legal authority by trying to restore commercial freight service on the unused Norfolk and Southern corridor, because the foundation's articles prohibit it from engaging in any activity other than an activity that is charitable, educational, or scientific, none of which cover commercial freight rail service. Moreover, as an aside, there's nothing historic about the existing rails, ties, or ballast, as the railroad was completely destroyed during the Civil War, as I assume most of you know, or many of you may know, and was not rebuilt. They did not start rebuilding it until years afterwards. So the only thing historic is the corridor itself, i.e. the land, which of course would not be disturbed if you put a trail on it or turn it into a trail. In any event, to correct any misapprehension, the case has not been dismissed. Indeed, we're still in the discovery phase. I had two other counts in the complaint alleging that the foundation was obligated to hold open meetings. The foundation disagreed, said it's not, and the court, without stating a reason, agreed. I also contended that the makeup of the board does not reflect the community-wide representation that was envisioned by the initial incorporators and by the management plan. Again, the foundation disagreed, and the court dismissed. Those dismissals are not ready for appeal, so until we have a final judgment and a resolution on the matter of the foundation's authority, which will not be settled for a while. But I'm not here to talk about that litigation. I am here to urge the board to do due diligence and inquire into the foundation's relationship with at least two other corporations, the nonprofit Northern Shenandoah Valley Transportation Preservation Corporation and the for-profit Shenandoah Railway, Inc. There seems to be some conflation between the roles of the two nonprofits, where it was the corporation, apparently using funds supplied by the foundation, that requested an RFP seeking a qualified common carrier freight operator. The question is why? Why didn't the foundation do it? My experience has caused me to be wary when I come across a proliferation of entities that seem to have no particular purpose other than obfuscation. The only commonality among the three corporations is the involvement of Messrs. Holtzman, Perot, and Walker. Except for that commonality, we don't know what other ties there may be or arrangements between them. Perhaps these questions were answered in the course of the 18 months that VDOT conducted secret negotiations with Norfolk Southern and the foundation. If so, that information should be made public. If not, an investigation should be begun until that information is available. The board has a well-earned reputation for being hardworking, conscientious, and committed to doing the right thing with full transparency. I urge the board to do the right thing now by getting answers to the questions I've raised both here in my oral presentation as well as in the letters I had sent to you over the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ely. Appreciate you. Next on is Mr. Josh Stevens, County Supervisor. Mr. Stevens, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Stevens. Former county supervisor as of last week. But I spent my last 5 years being on the Shenandoah County Board of Supervisors and the last year's chairman. Mr. Miller, you kind of stole my thunder with your comments earlier, but just to give you guys a heads up, you know, I didn't know this thing was 20 years old. I got a resolution on a Friday evening at 5 that we wanted action on a Tuesday afternoon, and it was push, push, push. Let's try to get this resolution handled. That was in 2021. Now I think you all are going to hear today, what's the big push? Why do we need to go so fast? Folks, March will be 5 years that this has been going on. I think the administration sets forth a very good plan on how to get this thing started, how to get it started quickly, and that's what's going to serve the best, in my opinion, for the citizens of Shenandoah County. Don't pull up the rail. We're going to be able to have a trail. I think it's clear it's not a us versus them, but there is a group that says it's our way or the highway, and then there's a group that says, you know what, we'll compromise. Let's have both. And I think the sooner we can get the bikes on the trails and the train on the tracks, the better off we're going to be. So I look forward to hearing from you guys. If you have any questions, I'll be in the room later. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Next on deck is Mr. Mark Dotson.
And Mr. Secretary and members of the board, thank you. My name is Mark Dotson. I'm the current member of the Board of Supervisors in Shenandoah County, and I was also prior on the Planning Commission. You know, it was listening to Secretary Miller talk about 7,000 data points, and you know, how do you talk about that and pull all that together and make sense out of that? For me, it's pretty simple. It's about a story for the county that I live in and I love. So I want to tell a quick story. The foundation for this story is who is the primary stakeholder for this, identifying the best solution for the corridor. 70% of this corridor sits in Shenandoah County. We're a long linear county. We have 3 wonderful towns on either end of the corridor. Both of their counties have thriving economies and really thriving rail infrastructure. we hope to emulate that. So I believe that Shenandoah County is the primary stakeholder as we talk about, what's the future of this rail corridor. The other part of the story is, what is the structure? What does the framework look like? We talked a little bit earlier about some planning. The good news is I was part of a group that helped get our brand-new comprehensive plan approved. This is a multi-year effort of public engagement across all citizens, or many citizens, and of course, VDOT approved it or reviewed it as well, and our board at the time unanimously approved this. This is really powerful because this is our vision. This is our North Seeking Star. So our comp plan is an important part of this story. We have an entire goal that says we want to have the most popular regional trail in the state. This isn't about a rail trail of any flavor. This is about Shenandoah County being ready to act on the decision from the Commonwealth and build this regional trail. We're ready to go. We want to do that now. I would also add that in the transportation chapter of our comprehensive plan, we also address the need for relooking both passenger rail and rail freight. I know that there's several towns share some of their viewpoints with the board, and I will say that several of those towns, their comprehensive plans do not reflect the interest in a rail trail. They may have sent a letter or signed resolutions, but oftentimes those planning documents, those core documents, don't align with what they see. And again, Shenandoah County's plan is very current. But really, the story is about the soul or the so what and future of the county. What I mean by that, we have this incredible resource, this wonderful county with tremendous farming and fantastic tourism. But we also have now found ourselves in a significant hole. The binder I have here with me is the current capital improvement program. Right now, we have an unfunded gap of over $240 million of capital improvements that starts primarily with schools. So as we wrestle with how to preserve this thriving agriculture environment and how to ensure that this tourism continues, we face a really stark reality is we don't have our revenues haven't been able to keep up. And the answer is in this corridor. This corridor runs down the entire length of the county, pretty much in the 81 and 11 corridor. It goes through numerous towns and industrial facilities. There's a lot of vacant facilities that are available right now that have rail access. And I believe strongly that taking action now to have a trail, excursion rail, rail freight, and rail bike, doing it within this environment with these pieces of dirt have already been designated for industrial uses. Let's get a return on that investment so we can preserve the rest of our soils, and let's help get our way back into prosperity so that we can all have the county and the attributes we really love. So I know you've heard from a lot of voices, and sometimes folks, just because they're passionate about one view, they have that small solar star view. I would ask you to take a broader view. Also, we encourage you to listen to a lot of the other advocates that are going to talk later today, especially our farmers and businessmen, because really this is a battle for the soul. Virginia has a history of accomplishing many bold projects. I want to commend the Commonwealth for bringing us here today to have this discussion. And that took a lot of leadership and reflection on their part. I'm grateful for that. I believe that there's no doubt that utilizing this corridor for both rail and trail will be the catalyst to help transform my county in the future, and I strongly urge the CTP members to provide us that opportunity today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dotson. Supervisor Dotson, appreciate you. Now, Mr. Chuck French from the Shenandoah Valley County Farm Bureau. Welcome, Mr. French.
Thank you, Secretary Miller and directors. I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words today. Again, my name is Chuck French. I'm a fifth-generation farmer and lifelong resident of Shenandoah County, Virginia. And I again want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Rails and Trails concept that's slated for our existing abandoned rail corridor. I'm also honored to currently serve as the president of the Shenandoah County Farm Bureau, representing 1,628 hardworking farmers, farm families, agribusiness owners, landowners, and individuals that are passionate about agriculture and our rural way of life in Shenandoah County. Agriculture is the backbone of our county. It's our #1 industry. It's also our great Commonwealth's #1 industry. And I want to reflect on something, Secretary Miller, that you said earlier about transportation. Transportation is, for the most part, bipartisan. So's agriculture. It's something that we all need. It's so important to all of us, basically for survival and way of life. From the beginning, a little over 3 years ago, the Shenandoah County Farm Bureau has been active in discussing the future of our rail corridor. We have hosted many speakers on behalf of both the Rail to Trail and the Rail with Trail concepts. Our board spent many hours discussing the pros and cons of both ideas. We talked to scores of farmers, business owners, landowners, members in the ag community, and beyond. And after increasing pressure from the press and our membership and others, in August of 2023, our 14-member board voted unanimously to support the Rail with Trail initiative. The Shenandoah County Farm Bureau feels that the Rail with Trail concept best fits our county and our community for many reasons. We strongly feel that a Rail with Trail will create a balance in our rural community by still allowing for the opportunity to transport agricultural goods and products to our many businesses along the corridor. In addition to this, the potential for a scenic passenger train, along with its accompanying bike trail, will provide business opportunities for local farmers and farm markets to sell local Shenandoah County raised products. We also feel that a rail with trail accommodates everyone. And I often think of my aging parents who are very passionate about our valley and the history of it, but are no longer able to get on a bike or jog or walk much over a couple tenths of a mile. How they and people like them would be very able and willing to possibly get on a scenic rail car and enjoy our county. So for that too, we want to support the Rail with Trail. Yesterday, I spoke to two very close friends of mine, two individuals who share the same passion for agriculture as I do. The first person was our Virginia District 1 Senator, Timmy French, who also happens to be my cousin. We have spent our lives working together, farming land that has been in our family for well over 150 years. He assured me yesterday that he stands strongly with Farm Bureau in our support of the Rail and Trail. I also spoke to my lifelong friend and fellow farmer, Virginia Delegate-elect Justin Pence, who also serves on the Virginia Farm Bureau Board of Directors here in Richmond. Justin, too, is a lifelong farmer in Shenandoah County, and he stressed to me yesterday that he also stands with Farm Bureau's vision for this corridor. And I'd like to close today with a quote that Justin had sent out a week or two ago, and I quote Justin, "I believe that attempting to develop the rail and trail option is the best use for the corridor. This gives both sides what they want and protects the right-of-way at the lowest cost to the taxpayer once private investments are factored in. The Rail and Trail project would bring an important new recreational and tourism opportunity while revitalizing an important economic resource for local businesses and industry." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Appreciate you being here. Now, I call Mr. Don Hyman, Dr. Don Hyman, who's the chair of the Friends of the Shenandoah Trail. Dr. Hyman. And a stalwart advocate and frequent visitor. Thank you for being here, sir. And Don, some of those speakers took up to 6 minutes. I didn't cut them off. I want to hear what you have to say, sir.
Well, I can speak for a few hours on this.
I know. Then I will cut you off. I'm going to give you some leeway.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Thank you for allowing us to speak, and thank you for your tolerance of not sticking always to the 30-minute rule and the 3-minute rule. I'm the only person in this room that has walked the whole trail. And I spent my life in the emergency department telling people news that they didn't want to have, or didn't want to hear. And today, I can say your study, the VDOT assessment study of the rail with trail versus the rail to trail, your study, which we were told a couple years ago you needed in order to make an informed, intelligent decision for all of Virginians. That study says, as you pointed out this morning about the metro folks, they have to live within their means. And that study points out that this corridor, which was last used in total in 1989 completely from Broadway to Front Royal, and it's got 35-foot trees in it now. That single track corridor, it's for sale because there's no business. There's not enough business. And we tried several times in the 1990s, in 2000, 2004, the last episode I think was 2014, multi-million-dollar deals to revitalize the railroad. It's not that we don't like railroads, it's that railroad is a business, and it's for sale because one of the largest railroads in the country can't figure out a way to make money on it. And now we have folks that say you can have your cake and eat it too. Sorry. $687 million is your estimate for the VDOT estimate for a railway trail. That's close to $700 million, which is more than 4 times your estimate of $164 million. I think many years ago, I was talking to my then fiance, and we were talking about, well, where do we want to live, and whose families are we going to visit during the holidays, and how many kids do we want? You know, these are normal questions. And she turns to me, her young self, and she says, Donnie, the process is usually more important than the actual decisions. This process has been flawed. And that was a wonderful presentation this morning, Mr. Secretary. I wish I had been informed that the state didn't want to own it. Well, we would have been doing things differently. And that, you know, this has been negotiated over the last year plus. And we weren't part of that negotiations. And now everything's being rushed. I like the idea that was presented earlier. Is it possible for VDOT to just buy this now? They can always transfer it to VPRA. Why is this happening in the last weeks of this administration? Those are questions that need to be answered and by each of you. And so I'll end with saying that if you vote to do this double transfer to VPRA and then to the Battlefield Foundation, you're voting for the most expensive option that'll have the least benefit economically and medically. To me, this has always been a public health project. Over the longest period of time, if this is a trail, if we hadn't been slowed down 2 years ago, we would be dedicating a part of the trail this year, and we'd have it completely done within a couple of years. I still think that's possible, that we could have this done in 4 or 5 years. And so I hope you'll keep that in mind when you make a vote.
Thank you, Dr. Hyman.
Yes.
Appreciate you. Next on the agenda is Mr. Michael Testerman. I don't think is here. I think Mr. Perot. Is Mr. Perot going to speak for him? Did somebody tell me that? Mark Perot. Tell us your name and where you're from, sir.
I'm Mark Perot, and I live in Norfolk, Virginia. And I'm speaking today on behalf of Michael Testerman, who had to go to a doctor's appointment. I am a board member of the Virginia Rail Policy Institute, which is a nonprofit organization comprised of transportation professionals from industry, academia, and government. Its mission is to strengthen and improve public policy with respect to both freight and passenger rail in the Commonwealth of Virginia. VRPI urges the Commonwealth Transportation Board to support the preservation and reactivation of the 48-mile Shenandoah Valley Rail Corridor by transferring funds from the VDOT to VPRA, which would then be provided to the foundation to purchase the rail corridor and begin building a parallel recreational trail. The Commonwealth allows the foundation the opportunity to pursue the corridor's potential for reactivation as a valuable freight and excursion rail line in conjunction with creating a recreational trail beside it. While this rail line has been inactive for several years, this has likely been, in the Institute's opinion, a decision of the current owner, Norfolk Southern Railway, to focus investment and attention on its parallel line through the eastern Shenandoah Valley. Several experienced short-line freight and excursion rail carriers have come forward expressing interest in improving and operating the inactive line once acquired by the foundation. If the line were simply torn up to build a trail, the western Shenandoah Valley would, as the Secretary has alluded to, almost certainly lose rail access for many years, if not forever, forcing all transport onto an already congested Interstate 81. Many low-density rail lines around the country have been successfully re-energized by short-line carriers, and this line is better positioned than most to be successful. While a longer-term consideration, this corridor connecting Northern Virginia to the burgeoning city of Harrisonburg and James Madison University has significant potential as a passenger rail route. VPRA would retain authority to introduce Amtrak or Virginia Railway Express into this corridor in the future if and when merited. Several Virginia rail corridors in the past have been converted to trail only, thus denying the benefits of rail transport to these localities, perhaps forever. VRPI strongly endorses a more enlightened approach in the Shenandoah Valley, allowing the benefits of a recreational trail to be realized without loss of rail transport. Thank you very much for considering our views.
Thank you, Ms. Perot. Appreciate you very much. Next on the list is Ms. Kate Wofford, the Alliance for the Shenandoah Valley. Ms. Wofford, welcome back. Hope you're well today.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. Thanks for having me back to speak. My name is Kate Wofford. I'm Executive Director of Alliance for the Shenandoah Valley and a member of the Shenandoah Rail Trail Partnership. As I mentioned a month ago, we strongly support the Shenandoah Rail Trail as the most cost-effective and fiscally responsible path forward. And what you've been asked to vote on this afternoon is not the Shenandoah Rail Trail. It's a different project altogether, and it's one whose prohibitive costs and complications jeopardize the trail we all support. Now, I tend to be on a page with the speakers who came before, particularly Shenandoah County Farm Bureau and the rail advocates. And in this case, I hate that we're not on a page for them, but we really do not see how this thing holds together. And so I wanted to spend my comment period briefly asking you to consider the process. Firstly, I was concerned in the Secretary's presentation earlier that the Commonwealth would transfer $35 million of public funds and the Battlefields Foundation would, quote, go and figure it out. That followed Terry Short's presentation this morning about a very extensive analysis and oversight for a $250,000 access to a waterfall. I thought that sounded cool. I hope it happens. And I think that level of public process for distributing public funds is right. But the comparison of that process for the small grants this morning compared to transferring $35 million is stark in my view. I also noted that the Secretary this morning mentioned that VDOT's Phase 3 rail with trail assessment would continue under the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority, and that doesn't make any sense to me. That $35 million is for a trail. VDOT has been handling that study for more than a year out of the Stanton District Office. It's now at the time where it's supposed to start the public comment period. Why transfer it to a different agency? Let's let that study play out where it's been happening all these months at the Stanton District Office of VDOT. So as far as process goes, just take a quick step back and tell you where I think we are. About 1 month ago, references to the planned public comment period on that rail with trail assessment were abruptly removed from VDOT's website. And then on December 8th, a Shenandoah Rail Trail update was added to your agenda at the close of business the day before the meeting. And then based on your discussions at that meeting, it appears that you all were as surprised as we were at this sudden change in direction. It was clear to me that you had not been provided the findings of VDOT's Rail with Trail study. And as Doc Hindman mentioned, that was a study that cost $1 million, took more than a year, is not complete. And the purpose was to determine whether it made sense to build a rail and a trail together in this particular corridor. And the study's conclusion is clear. Putting a 49-mile contiguous trail beside a rail line would cost almost $700 million compared to $164 million for the trail. And this is with no details about the commercial or economically viable passenger or freight rail. In spite of those very clear findings from VDOT, you are being asked to transfer public dollars to a private entity with very little detail on an incredibly rushed timeline to, quote, see if they can make it work. This is not a process anyone can feel good about. Please do the sensible thing. Take the time to really understand what you're being asked to do and protect the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walford. Appreciate you. Next is, I'm not sure if I got this right. Is it Lisa Curry? Ms. Curry, welcome. Town of Toms Brook. Hope you're well today, ma'am.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am Lisa Curry. I am the three-term mayor of the town of Toms Brook, the only Toms Brook on the globe and one of Virginia's smallest incorporated towns. The town of the Battle of Toms Brook. You might say, or you might have heard, I'm a newcomer. About 350 years ago, my grandfather's family is one of the first 12 families in Fort Valley. My grandparents were married at Toms Brook. Therefore, I am related to nearly everyone and their dogs in Shenandoah County, including the mayor of Strasburg. I grew up in Woodstock, and prior to being mayor, I served on the town council and on the county school board. I have lived in my 123-year-old Toms Brook home adjacent to the rail for 35 years. As a taxpayer and an elected official, representing the smallest and the largest town in Shenandoah County, I request politely that you table this decision. Growing up in Shenandoah County, I totally understand, and I have conveyed this to you as a board, the territorial loyalties that exist between these 3 counties and these 9 towns. Small town alliances are ingrained at birth, and they are indoctrinated into us as we mature. I say this because having these 3 counties and these 9 small towns come together as with a single idea, a pedestrian trail that would physically connect us is paramount. Each community benefits from a low-maintenance trail, and the fact that some communities have already started putting in amenities for a pedestrian path. I wonder how an independent rail line provides these same benefits or unites our communities. There are numerous points to be addressed before we rush a decision. I'm sorry, I have to use my hands when I talk. Especially how a rail corridor ownership affects local governance, input, and responsibility. I have 4 questions. 1, How would a rail line operated by a nonprofit, not an entity with public accountability, benefit the communities along this short line? Where is the accountability in terms of decision-making about the important right-of-ways? These are important decisions for every single town and county, and our residents need the assurances that public oversight provides. 2, how does the width of a train with a trail on the western side of my little town fit within the narrow space that's available? Remember, Toms Brook only has one sidewalk on the eastern side because the western side cannot accommodate a sidewalk because of road width requirements. So how will land be acquired? Who's going to pay for it? And has anyone talked with rail neighbors, especially in Toms Brook, about the eminent domain? Number 3, have the specific details of this surprise proposal under consideration with the CTB been shared with the public? Has the public, including our localities with a vested interest, had a reasonable opportunity to evaluate and understand what this means? Number 4, if not, don't rush. Please delay the proposal in the furtherance of a project that has not been publicly defined or vetted. Until all the details of what is possible have been substantiated, let us wait on a decision. If indeed it is the right decision, then the right decision will be made after the public process has been done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate you. Mr. Destry Jarvis from the Battlefield Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I'm Destry Jarvis. I'm a consultant to the Battlefield Foundation, but I have spent 54 years of my professional career doing parks, trails, outdoor recreation, and heritage preservation. In the 1990s, I was Assistant Director of the National Park Service in charge of congressional and legislative affairs and worked specifically on the authorizing legislation for this National Historic District. It is unique. There is only one of these that Congress has done in this fashion, with a managing entity specified and with the boundary set on the counties through which it passes, and notably, this historic railroad was discussed at the time, understood to be part of the historic framework and fabric of this place. Even though I live in Baltimore the last 7 years, the other 71 years of my life have been in Virginia.
Come on back.
I graduated from Natural Bridge High School, and as an adult was very happy to work on the establishment of Natural Bridge State Park. I lived 15 years before moving away in Loudoun County, worked with Randy on establishing the Piney Run State Park. I was appointed to the Fort Monroe Authority Board and was vice chair of the Fort Monroe Foundation. I have deep embedded roots in Virginia and in trails. I was a founding board member of the American Hiking Society. I was conservation chairman of Potomac Appalachian Trail Club. I was vice chair of the Appalachian Trail Conservancy Board. Was executive vice president of Student Conservation Association, which utilizes high school and college youth to build, construct, and maintain trails all over the country, and has done so in every state. And I come as an expert on trails, as well as the history of this particular place. having grown up in the Shenandoah Valley. My first Jarvis ancestor was in Jamestown in 1620. And so those roots run deep. I would say that I am also working for another nonprofit in West Virginia on another rail with trail line proposal. I'll leave this copy of our most recent report for you, and Kevin can provide the economic study that was done, particularly to point out the benefits to the towns, the small, some of which are dying towns along this rail corridor in West Virginia, 100 miles route from Thomas, West Virginia, which is the gateway to Blackwater Falls State Park, to Cunningham Falls, or to, Cumberland, Maryland. And it's clear to me that this multi-use area, rail with trail, will be beneficial to the economy, to the environment, to land preservation. And what the Battlefield Foundation has done is preserve battlefields, and I grew up steeped in the lore of the Civil War, for sure. But it's preserved open space, it's preserved stream corridors, it's preserved forested landscapes, it's preserved farmlands in ways that, had this legislation directed the National Park Service to do this work, they could not have been as successful as the foundation has been, because the foundation has grounded itself in working at the community level. And I think that will continue into the future. I think I'll stop by saying the combination of rail with trail has worked in hundreds of places around the country since the concept was conceived, and it will work here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Destry. Next on the list is Mr. Brantley Tyndall. Welcome, Mr. Tyndall.
Afternoon, I'm
How are you?
Brantley Tyndall, the president I'm representing the Virginia Trails Alliance. And to be efficient, I'm just going to start with some context, some clarifying context about trails in Virginia and trail development. And I'm going to start with the Battlefield Foundation and their qualifications for building a trail. The smallest proposed scope for this trail is $164 or so million. That would be approximately 18 times the annual budget of the Battlefields Foundation. At the higher end, the over $600 million scope of the rail with trail, over 70 times their annual budget. I think we should be clear and vet this idea about whether or not they are capable of building a significant, high-quality, multi-use trail in our great state of Virginia. On the other hand, Virginia owns a number of major public trails, and when I say major, long-distance, regional, high-quality, improved surface trails. Notable examples are the WNOD Trail, the Virginia Capitol Trail, the forthcoming Fall Line Trail, the I-66 Trail. In total, well over 500 miles of shared use trails and paths in Virginia that have an improved surface. The scope, the $164 million for the rail to trail at approximately $3 million a mile, is very comparable to what VDOT is doing right now with the Fall Line Trail, with the Eastern Shore Rail Trail. I think it's a very solid expectation. And what we're talking about is a swing of $500 million about taking on an extra rail project. So if we're going to make a major decision on that, what are we trying to achieve? Is it possible? And I just want to echo Mr. Hyman's remarks about, if rail is so viable, why haven't we had an active rail line in approximately 40 years? So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for coming out. Appreciate you. Next on the list is Mr. Hobie Bauhan. Is it Bauhan? Is that how to pronounce it, sir? Bowen. Pardon me. I'm challenged.
I'll give you that.
Welcome.
But, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Hobie Bowen. I'm president of Virginia Poultry Federation, which is based in Harrisonburg, Virginia. We are the largest, poultry and eggs are the largest sector of Virginia agriculture, and the center of our industry is in the Shenandoah Valley. So I thought I would come and just say a few words about the importance of the poultry industry to the economy of the Shenandoah Valley. A recent study indicated that as many as 20,000 people across the Commonwealth work on family farms or employed on family farms at processing plants, feed mills, hatcheries, and other operations, and an additional 39,000 jobs in supplier and ancillary industries. The study shows the industry has a direct economic impact of $8.3 billion and overall contributes $17.8 billion in economic activity in the Commonwealth. And much of this is in the Shenandoah Valley. You've heard from the Farm Bureau, which we share a lot of members. We have probably close to 850 family farms that rely on poultry in the Shenandoah Valley. Rail transportation is critical to our industry. In my 25-plus years with the industry, we have seen more and more truck corn, but the size and scope of our industry in the valley, we couldn't survive and we couldn't grow and prosper without rail transportation. The line in question here once delivered feed ingredients, corn and soybean meal to mills in the valley. And we just think that this is important infrastructure that we should not just lightly abandon. And I'm not going to get into the process or any of that, but we believe that there is a good opportunity to move forward with a plan that's going to satisfy hopefully both sides of this, to preserve the possibility of rail in the future. I'm not saying that it's gonna happen, but preserve the possibility of it while hopefully also allowing for construction of a trail. So hopefully a win-win. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Bohan. Next is Sally Wolf Garrison, Supervisor, Rockingham County, ma'am. Welcome. Thanks for coming today.
Secretary, I appreciate the time. Members of the board, thank you for your service on this committee. It's timely and time-consuming, I'm sure. My name is Sally Wolf Garrison. I'm the Rockingham County Board of Supervisor. I'm also a commissioner on the Central Shenandoah Planning District Commission, and I'm here today in both of those roles. And my purpose today is to reiterate the message that was conveyed to you in the December 15th letter of 2025 from the Rockingham County Board of Supervisors, asking you to table the decision to transfer $35 million allocated to the Shenandoah Valley Rail Trail. My purpose today is not to advocate for rail, for trail, or a combination thereof. My purpose today is to respectfully request that you recognize that you are being expected to make a decision today with virtually no notice and absolutely zero substantial information. Those of us in Western Virginia are very familiar with the Shenandoah Valley Rail Trail. It has been a topic of great anticipation, planning, and exploration, but it may be less familiar topic for some or perhaps all of you. Granted, in the last 2 days, and literally the last few hours, you have been inundated with presentations, opinions, letters, but what you have not been received is any substantial documentation, guidelines, contracts, framework, written proposals, or details of what actually happens after the $35 million is transferred. I'm trying to decide how frank to be right at the moment. I'm going to refrain from being more frank than I would like. The decision today does not have to be the minimally informed, hasty one that you've been presented with. All of you as sitting board members have additional time on this board to actually make an informed and insightful decision. I ask that you honor the fiduciary pledge that each of you made to the residents and the taxpayers of Virginia. Allow VDOT to actually complete the study that it was commissioned to perform. Allow the evaluative and informational process to actually properly influence your decisions. And I will again request that you please table item number 12 until you actually have enough information that warrants providing you with substantial documentation to consider and explore as you make these discussions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming out. I appreciate you. Pardon me. Next on the agenda is Mr. Brandon Davis. Mr. Davis, welcome.
I'm going to abandon most of my notes and be brief because I know you're being gracious with your time, so I'll try to do the same. I appreciate you.
Well, we appreciate everybody's coming out today.
Thank you for your service. I know it's a thankless job, but it's necessary. I am Brandon Davis. I wear several hats. I'm going to have to wear a couple of them here today. I am the chair of the Shenandoah Rail Trail Partnership. My real job is the executive director of the Northern Shenandoah Valley Regional Commission, which serves almost all of these localities that are represented here today. And also I serve the Winfred MPO. Chairman John Jewell from Frederick County is in the office, in the audience today. He's going to speak to you in a little bit here about a really common sense solution on a section of 81 that I know the MPO would agree with his comments. So look forward to those from him, and just know that the MPO supports his commentary as well. I'll put the hat on for the Rail Trail Partnership and say that I represent, as the chair of this, the governing body's representatives who are appointed to this partnership. It was created by those 9 towns in those 3 counties in order to bring the trail to fruition. The reason the trail came about as an idea was not because we just thought that'd be something cool to do one day. It was born of necessity. In my previous life, I was a planner and community development director for Shenandoah County. After the Lehman Brothers collapse, we lost half our staff, and we went through austerity measures, pulled the departments together, and the board said, go do economic development. We lost our economic development office, so that was my new job. The first task they gave me was to reactivate the rail line. So that became my job, to try to figure out how to reactivate that. We explored every option possible. And I won't get into all those because I want to be respectful of your time. But suffice it to say, I'm fully confident that this rail line won't carry freight without a heavy subsidy for the long term. Now, that doesn't mean that that's a bad thing. If we want to do this, then let's do it. But let's do it in a way that retains these 9 towns and 3 counties' confidence in public accountability. By acquiring this corridor as the Commonwealth of Virginia and then transferring it to an organization, whether it's the Battlefields or whether it is some other organization like a Regional Parks Authority that we could create, or a RIFA. Let's use the Regional Industrial Facilities Act to create a RIFA and do it ourselves and create a system where these local governments who are going to be living with this for the next however many generations in their backyard have a say, have some control, create the circumstances that allow them to control their own destiny. I appreciate you all, and I just want you to think about that perspective of these local governments that I feel compelled to represent today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Appreciate you. So good pivot here, Mr. Davis. Mr. Jewell is next up from Frederick, and he's going to speak on I-81.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, Commonwealth Transportation Board. My name's John Jewell. I'm the chairman of the Board of Supervisors for Frederick County, Virginia. I'm here today to talk about specifically pages 183, 182 in your executive briefing for I-81 improvements, the corridor improvements. We have an ask that was for exit 310 to have that included in the funded portions. It's currently sitting on page 183 and the unfunded portion of this report that the staff's put together. The ask is to have that pushed up to funded. We currently appreciate all that the board has done for us. We are in the process in the next several years of having work done on I-81. The project is for widening of exit 3, from exit 313 past exit 319 up to around mile marker 319. The reason we're asking for you to include exit 310 is we're already going to have that work done. It would save the state time and money. One of our major manufacturers is off of exit 310, HB Hood. And if anybody's ever been down that way, it's tractor trailer after tractor trailer after tractor trailer coming in and out of HB Hood. It would be a great help to us as one of the fastest growing communities between Frederick County and Winchester City in the area. We are seeing a tremendous amount of traffic, both cars and trucks, and we would just greatly appreciate if you give consideration of moving that one item up into the funded table. Thank you for your time. I thank you for service. And Mr. Secretary, I really have enjoyed having the opportunity to get to know you. Thank you for all you've done for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jewell. Appreciate you. Chairman Jewell, appreciate you. Is Delegate Wiley still hiding out in the back somewhere? There he is. Sorry, sir. Keep you waiting.
Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Good
Delegate
afternoon.
Bill Wiley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, Commissioner, board members. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. I've yet to visit this building. I actually got lost getting here, but I found your location. I'm in the throes of getting ready for General Assembly, and I couldn't say it better what the chairman just said in regards to the I-81 needs for our neck of the woods. As I echoed in the past, when you were at a retreat in Winchester, our area is growing very fast, and we need all the help we can get. We seem to be kind of last on the list in terms of improvements. We certainly appreciate all the improvements that you guys have pushed forward along the 81 corridor in the Commonwealth, and we just hope that we get a little love a little faster. So I appreciate your time, and I want to end by saying a quote from the great late Winston Churchill: "To improve is to change, to be perfect is to change often." Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate. And finally, Mr. John Bishop, who's Assistant Planning Director in Frederick County. Mr. Bishop, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate the chance to speak today. Mr. Jewell has already spoken well about the economic development impacts and importance of that as regards the ability to move the 310 to 313 widening up into the funded list. I'd like to focus a little more on the safety element, because right now, while the study has done a great job of looking at many things, one thing it doesn't capture very well, and this is not to bang on the study, it's very understandable that it doesn't, is the ripple effects that happen throughout our community, the extent to which every time there is a serious incident on 81, comes a point where you got to stop measuring. And the fact is, those ripple effects really do shut down our community, severely impact access to our public safety facilities and our hospital, Valley Health. So every time we have one of those incidents, it's not just an issue of how quickly can we clear this, how do we get these people to the hospital, how do we get our public safety personnel to the incident, and that's an ongoing issue. The reason this segment makes sense is the piece that's coming already, 313 to just north of 317, while very important, only covers half the distance of the loop that 37 creates around the western side of the city of Winchester. 310 to 313 would complete that, help reduce the bailout when that takes place onto 37, when there is an incident on 81 that hopefully could be better managed by a wider 81, and thus hopefully address some of those issues to which I have spoken. Of course, I wish today I was talking about the segment all the way from 66 to the state line, but if we can at least get this segment moved upward in priority, I think that would benefit all greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Appreciate you being here. That concludes the public comment period here this morning. Appreciate everybody that's come out, or I should say this afternoon. It's almost 2 o'clock. The next item on our agenda is the approval of our minutes. They were distributed in the package. Are there any comments or
I move for approval.
Motion to Mr. Good, motions for approval. Is there a second? Mr. Lawson, Ms. Sellers, seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Transportation and Mobility Planning Division, item number 1, Mr. Ben Manel. Action on the approval of Interstate I-81 Corridor Improvement Program Progress Report. Welcome, Mr. Manel. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. You have before you a resolution for the approval of the I-81 Improvement Program Progress Report. This is an annual report that is due to the General Assembly. It meets the requirements that have been set forth in code for a operational performance analysis of the corridor, the status on the progress of the projects in the program to date, as well as a financial overview. It has been reviewed by the I-81 Advisory Committee, and I recommend your approval.
Is there a motion to approve? Mr.
Second.
Folks moves, Dr. Smoot seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Mr. Manel. Item number 2, Mr. Williams. Action on approval of the 2026 Interstate I-81 Corridor Improvement Plan.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, thank you for having me here today. You have before you a resolution to approve the I-81 Corridor Improvement Plan update. That plan incorporates the work that we've been doing over the past year that we've shared with you on multiple occasions and includes the funding scenario that we presented to you previously as the staff recommended funding scenario. So we recommend that you approve the I-81 Corridor Improvement Plan report.
Mr. Chairman, I move the
Mr. Good.
I move the approval of the resolution with the following changes, which Carol, as secretary, already has a copy, to move off the list the following projects: 2 in Rockbridge County, 2 in Augusta, and move to the list 1 in Shenandoah County, 2 in Rockbridge, and the Frederick County project that Mr. Jewell spoke about.
Do we have that out, folks? People see that?
I'll second that for the record.
We've got some suggested changes. These are the same changes we talked about previously.
They are, and do you want us to read in the mile?
No, I don't think, this is pretty straightforward, folks. As you recall, the VDOT scoring gave us a list of projects. Those projects went to the advisory committee who endorsed those in their meeting. But there was discussion along the way as to moving some projects around. So VDOT, and Commissioner, if he wants to chime in here, VDOT and Rob spoke to that, that the scoring indicated, and there was a factor of 4 or 5 to 1 on one of them, that the best thing to do would be to stay with the staff recommended scenario. That was VDOT's and the Commissioner's vision, and that's what the advisory committee, chaired by Senator Obenshain, agreed to. Having said that, as I've said many times, this is 10 years away, folks. You know, it's important that we do what we're doing now because it gets us started and it sort of sets a plan. But you'll recall some months, maybe a year or 2 ago now, they're sort of running together. When we rescored 81, we had 4 projects that sat at the top of the old scoring list that we thought were next in line. And Mr. Lawson and others, I think Mr. Lawson, if I'm incorrect there, you'll clear me up, took some issue and said we should rescore those because it's been a while and things have changed. And when we did the rescoring, if you remember, none of those 4 projects were there. They moved. And so all I'm saying is that you got a staff recommendation, you got an advisory committee endorsement, you got some folks who live in the district and are intimately familiar with it as well. Mr. Good and Mr. Lawson are advocating for some changes. I just really hope, and I'm sure, that this will all be looked at continuously at some small level, and there'll be a lot more digging in 4 or 5 years from now as this money gets to be real and the projects get to be closer. And who knows what may happen. And so in some respects, you know, I'm usually about following my staff recommendations if the data proves out in the committee. In other respects, I trust the folks that live there to bring some local knowledge as well. And yet, at the end of the day, I'm not sure any of it really matters because I think it's all going to get figured out later. So that's sort of where we are. Does that frame it well enough? Because we looked at some of these before. They're not new. I think they're the same ones as what I'm getting at that we looked at before.
And if I could,
Yes, Mr.
if
Lawson.
anything we've learned that's constant, it's change.
Yeah,
Especially in a rapidly growing area.
Sure.
These are all edits and adjustments within the Stanton district, not on the rest of the corridor. And one thing we've learned, because we have dug in on the data, is it's 5 years old. It's catching up, but it's old. And I have little doubt that this board and those that are in our seats going forward will tweak this, if you will. And I think it's our obligation to do it. And these adjustments are called for now because of, not just because we're picking one over the other, but because the hours of delay in this corridor in Frederick County, for example, are off the charts, and they're not getting better. It's going to get worse. And so that's why we're moving these. And one other thing, and staff was really helpful with this, the one project from Rockbridge Augusta that's being recommended to be dropped actually got the benefit of an acceleration lane. And unfortunately, it's within the last 2 years, so it's not in the scoring. It's not able to keep up in real time. I think, well, we all believe that acceleration lane has helped things tremendously. And so we think that to the extent there was an issue 5 years ago there, we think it's been addressed. Well, we know it has. A lot of work's been put in. And so we are making this recommendation intentionally and thoughtfully. And to the Secretary's point, I'm very confident 2 years from now, 5 years from now, we ought to continue to look at it. My bet is the Northern Shenandoah Valley is still going to be getting it and going to need even more attention, but we'll leave that for the future.
That's a good thing and a challenge all at the
It's a
same time.
blessing and a curse.
Yes,
You're
sir.
right.
So I guess what I'm signaling to you folks is I'm not going to advocate that, that this is fall on your sword kind of thing here. This is a staff did their best work. They gave the best guess. And we don't know what it's going to look like 5 and 6 years from now. What we know, and there's some additional input that Mr. Lawson has given. We do know is the scores and the ranks, and but our job here is to add our brain power to that, and if it's the will of the body to change it, it's the will of the body to change it. Ms. Sellers.
The other 300 million, there's going to be money
We're going to give that to
left over.
Fredericksburg.
No, we actually.
I think I just got a vote.
We actually, if I could, it's a great point. This adjustment actually consumes the money because we're adding the recommended edit adds projects in Rockbridge County. We learned a lesson at the last ID1 meeting that we need to allocate all of the money and that we should not hold any in reserve. So shame on us for doing that. But this edit that Mr. Good is making does allocate all the money allotted.
Fredericksburg will always accept whatever's left.
A statutory problem there, ma'am. Mr. Folks.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a member of the advisory committee, and I attended the meetings at which was discussed. And also that what the rest of the board needs to understand is there were a series of public hearings where this came up in all three districts. And the concern I have is that the staff has put a lot of time, effort, energy into these recommendations. And if you look at the scoring, it's not even close. And what concerns me, and I'd really like for Mr. Laird to weigh in on this, because the two areas that are being moved are in his part of the district, which is Augusta and Rockbridge County, and not the part of the district where Mr. Good and Mr. Lawson are from. And so, and I'm sympathetic with that. I am. Don't get me wrong about that, but I just wonder about the equity of this. I'd be curious as to what Mr. Laird has.
Nobody likes to give up money. And these projects that are being held off for now are being substituted with ones where the delay is excessive. There are 4 projects on this total list that we saw of everything that had excess delays of 6,000 hours a year. And we have covered, with these adjustments, we have covered those. We are trying to cover the southbound lanes in Augusta County and Rockbridge are not as significant as the northbound lanes. There are some issues in northbound lanes, but we think that the acceleration lane around 204, that acceleration lane will solve some of those issues. But it's too early to tell. The data's too fresh, and so we don't have a complete result on that.
Ms. Sellers?
Were all these projects included in the public hearing? So all these,
Yes.
everything was, okay, was presented?
If I could.
Mr. Lawson, yes, sir.
The Secretary did a series of meetings up and down the valley, and as there were comments from these gentlemen and others in support of this amendment.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. While I don't live in Frederick County, don't have that honor, I'm from the other side of the Blue Ridge. I represented this interchange in the General Assembly. And I completely agree with what Chairman Jewell and John Bishop of the Planning Department said. And I really appreciate Mr. Good and Mr. Loth for bringing this item. This interchange 310 is where the semicircular Route 37 that goes from 81 north of Winchester, 81 south, kind of goes around the western side. And as Mr. Bishop said, if you're on 81 and there is an 18-wheeler accident in front of you and you want to find a way to bail off, and that happens a lot, this is one of the places you want to get off on to find some other way to get home or whatever. So I think this is a great idea, and I really appreciate Mr. Good bringing it.
So, folks, we have a motion and a second. The motion is to take the resolution and flop these two projects for the other two projects. Is there any other comment, or is there anything else anybody else would prefer to do?
Comment.
Fellers?
You know, I'll support it as well. Coming from Stafford, where I used to say Interstate 95 took hostages, it sounds like Interstate 81 might take hostages for you guys as well. And so any way to get things moving, particularly for those locals, I can support.
All right. Hearing nothing else, we have a motion, we have a second. I'll call the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Now, here's your homework assignment. In 5 years, we're going to all get back together. We're going to have a small beverage, and we're going to see what the news scoring says, and we're going to talk about it. All right? We'll see where we are. Thank you all very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is item number 3. Mr. Heltzel is on deck and ready. Action on limited access control changes for I-64 and Route 623 and the Ashland Road intersection improvements located in the Richmond District. Mr. Heltzel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. This project at this location is to basically convert an existing diamond interchange into a diverging diamond interchange with 4 lanes and some bridge improvements and a widening of Ashland Road. That's what's driving the need for the limited access control changes. We do have a letter of support from Goochland County Administrator on these. The department has conducted and concluded public involvement, and we also have approvals from the Federal Highway Administration for both our environmental document and the control changes themselves. So with favorable dispensation, Mr. Secretary, we'll move this action on to finish the development phase of the project and wrap up our design, build, procurement, and I recommend the board's approval.
Thank you. Mr. Davis?
I move to approve, sir.
So we got motion and Ms. Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Terry Short, item number 4, action on an economic development access to Dillard Industrial Sites project in Amherst County located within the Lynchburg District. Mr. Short, welcome back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Brought this item to you at your workshop last month. I'm looking for your approval on a resolution that was included in your packet to approve and create the project at the Dillard Industrial Sites in Amherst County. Recommend approval.
Move for approval.
Ms. Green moves. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Laird seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Mr. Short. Item number 5, Ms. Pryor. Action on our new CFO, Ms. Pryor. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Action on the revised FY 26 through 31 six-year improvement program transfers, November 15th to December 12th.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. In your packet, you should have a list of monthly transfers for your information as well as for your approval. I recommend your approval.
Is there a motion to approve? Ms. Sellers moves. Mr. Lawson seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much, Ms. Pryor. Action number 6, action on addition to project six-year improvement program for fiscal years 26 to 31. Ms. Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. In your packet, you'll find a list of 9 recommended amendments to the six-year improvement program. They are all bridge projects in Bristol, Culpeper, and Richmond districts, and I recommend your approval.
Motion to approve? Mr. Coleman moves. Mr. Fogue seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Well done. Mr. Smizik is on deck. He's waiting. Item number 7 in the Environmental Division, action on the location approval for the Poway Parkway project. Mr. Smizik.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, you have before you a resolution to identify the location of the preferred alternative for the Powhite Parkway project. You may recall in your December workshop, we briefed you and recommended alternative 1A be identified as the preferred alternative. Since that time, we've completed the public comment period and held our location public hearing, which is summarized in your meeting package. We recommend approval.
A motion to approve.
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Mr. Davis moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Sellers seconds. She sent the flowers. Ms. Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion?
That's all it took? I'd have done that years ago.
We'll talk about that in a minute. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 8, Mr. Cole. Action on delegation authority to correct Virginia Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, version 11.0.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I'm here today to ask for your approval of a resolution that would allow the Commissioner of Highways to approve minor changes to the Virginia MUTCD. We discussed this at the December board meeting. And just to remind everyone, this would not keep us from bringing items to the board that are significant in nature, that require MUTCD changes. We're really focused here on minor errors and omissions to try to keep the process moving of getting those in the manual so that the field can use them. I recommend your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Is there a motion to approve? Mr. Coleman moves, and Ms. Sellers seconds. You're going to be in the minutes a lot, Ms. Sellers. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you, Mr. Cole. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item number 9, action on making efficient and responsible investments in transit program review. Ms. Mayton, welcome back. Hope you're doing well today.
Thank you, I am. So I am here today to make a recommendation to you all to approve the resolution that's in front of you to allow us to continue the work that we've begun on the merit program to make more efficient investments in our transit providers. And so that is the goal. We will come back to you with a formal recommendation in April to take action on in May.
So move.
Second.
Lawson moves, Mr. Good seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Mr. Lawson. Item number 10, action on Transportation Partnership Opportunity Fund allocation to the county of Albemarle for the Boulders Road Improvements Project located within the Culpeper District. Mr. Lawson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Last month, I presented to you 2 tip-off directions from the governor, this being the first one, the Culpeper County Boulders Road. As noted, it's a $20 million direction to to Culpeper to support the extension of Boulders Road, which will help with the future development and support the existing activities within the Rivanna Futures project and development. I recommend your approval.
Second.
Captain Byers and Ms. Green is the second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 11, action on Transportation Partnership Opportunity Fund allocation to the County of Chesterfield for the West Area Arterial Collector Project located within the Richmond District. Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, members of the board. This being the second of the two projects that I briefed you on last month. This project would start the build out of the extension of the Powhite Parkway extension that the county has plans for. This particular portion of the project would run from Hull Street or Route 360 into the Magnolia Green development within the county of Chesterfield, and would open up that 1,000-track development for future development. Without any questions, I would recommend your approval.
Secretary, I move approval.
Mr. Davis moves. Is there a second? Ms. Green seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? All right, item number 12, Mr. Lawson, I will take this one. Item number 12 is action to approve the transfer of the Shenandoah Valley Rail Trail project to the VPRA. Mr. Good has a motion or a resolution that's been distributed. Before we take a vote on that, let me say a couple things. One, I appreciate everybody in the public and all the advocacy. And whatever happens, I hope everybody just work together to make this the best it can be. Number two, the study was completed. What we didn't complete was the public comment after the study was done, and that would be done by VPRA in a numbers of meetings to not only look at the study, but also at the plan. And finally, it's been interesting, you know, Shenandoah County wants it, Rockingham County doesn't. You know, we got lots of input here, folks. But at the end of the day, I stand by what I recommended to you and what the governors and the administration recommends to you, because we think that's the best interest to the citizens of the Commonwealth. Mr. Good.
Mr. Chairman, I move the resolution, and I'd like to read aloud the crux of it. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commonwealth Transportation Board approves the transfer of the remaining unspent SVRT funding and project to the VPRA and authorizes the chair to execute the agreement between the board and the VPRA attached hereto as Exhibit A, with such changes and additions that the chair deems appropriate, provided that the terms of the executed agreement require VPRA to, number one, conduct public hearings on the intended use of the funds received from the CTB for this project, and two, ensure that any action related to the existing corridor provides for a trail alongside the rail while preserving the rail for other rail uses, and three, give due consideration to any additional proposal received by the VPRA by February 15th, 2026, from an established organization that seeks to leave the rail intact and build a trail alongside the rail.
Mr.
Secretary, I'm pleased to second this motion. The motion as presented today addresses some things that I know had concerned several of us within the board a month ago when this came up. Those being to assure that there's an opportunity for public input, and also that there's an opportunity to receive and evaluate proposals from any group that wishes to make a proposal. And it also reflects the legislative requirement, I believe, that the project be handled in such a way that will preserve the corridor for possible future rail use. That could be at a time that is probably unknowable today, but it would preserve that option going forward. I personally would hope that all of the groups that are interested in this project would come together and unite behind a proposal that may involve various groups, but one that will assure that this is developed as provided in the resolution. So,
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Let me make one comment so we'll be clear. I do not believe there is a legislative mandate that we do one thing or the other. The legislative mandate was that we consider, okay? And so they didn't direct us to pick one or the other. They directed us to make sure we considered. So I just wanted to make sure the board understood that, and that there was no mandate that you pick one or the other. So we have a motion and we have a second. Is there further discussion?
Chairman,
Ms. Sellers?
I'd like to make an alternative motion to table this discussion for 6 months to allow the public comment period and have VDOT go through with those public meetings and return back to the CTB in 6 months with a recommendation.
Is there a second? There's a second. So there's an alternative motion, which is to delay any decision on this for 6 months while public hearings are held. Before you vote on that, I will tell you again, the public hearings are going to be held. They'll be held by VPRA. It doesn't take 6 months to do public hearings. We've had years and years and years and years of public input and a lot here today. And I remain concerned that if we get this extended out, we put this whole deal at risk because of the merger situation, and Norfolk Southern has been clear about that. Again, having said that, I don't think the risk is 100%, and I know it's not zero. So we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
I'll amend it to not say 6 months, but to at least allow the public comment period to take place before it comes back to the board, to allow those public meetings to happen before we make this decision.
That's an amendment. Is there a second to that amendment? Okay. So we have a motion and a second to delay the decision. Let's take a vote on that. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
No.
All right, let's do some hands. All right, all in favor of delaying, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All in favor of not delaying, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that right? Who's 6? Did you vote, Ms. Dunlop? Oh, 6. So the vote is 6.
I have not voted yet.
Mr. Gribben?
Yeah. So before I vote, if I could ask a question, is that?
We passed that part, but yeah, of course you can.
Okay. It was very helpful to have all the witnesses testify and give their point of view. I guess I'm struggling with how do we overcome the cost burden of doing both the rail and the trail based on VDOT?
Let me speak to that. You know, we heard lots of stuff about how is the foundation going to spend $164 million to build the trail. I'd say the same thing. How's anybody going to spend $164 million? It doesn't matter who does it. We don't have $164 million. We have what's left of 35 after buying it at 23. We'll have approximately 11, and there's $11 million or so. So the community groups typically raise the money, and you get it over time, and you get business support, and you get grant fundraising and so forth. I don't think there's any way that the thing costs $164 million, which is why it's not really important to me. But no matter how you advance this trail, all you have today is the $35 million, and that's all there is, folks. There's no pot of state money that's coming. It's that simple. And that's all you have. And so somebody is going to have to go out there and fundraising, and maybe a future General Assembly will fund some, maybe, maybe not. But there is no funding source. There's no continuing revenue. There's nothing. We have $35 million, and that's all we have. And we've got a looming deadline with Norfolk Southern, and we will have our public hearings, and we will go through the process, and we will vet the contract, and they'll make a decision on whether that's appropriate to go forward, and there will be other opportunities for folks. So that's where that's sort of the money. Does that answer the question?
It answers half of the question.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm struggling with is, as I understand it, and I think we're all a little late to this party, so if we were to do just the trail, so we're tearing up the rail, which you and I talked about, I'm not a huge fan of eliminating rights-of-way and transportation that we've already have in place that could be used in the future. But if we do that and build a trail, it's the 160. But if we do the two of them, then it's multiples of that.
If you do the whole thing, yes.
If
you do the
whole, what's the thing?
First off, it's 164, and then it was 330, 360, or whatever it was. That assumes you do the whole corridor with rail, right? Or excuse me, the whole corridor at one time. We don't have 164, we don't have 364, we don't have 684. We don't have any of that. All we have is $35 million.
Right, totally understand that. I'm just looking for, what is the cost differential between the two different options?
The cost differential in the study.
In the study.
Suggested it was more than twice to build the trail next to the rail as opposed to on the rail. That was what the study said.
Okay.
Okay. Now.
Right, but, so I guess the piece I didn't appreciate was to get a trail under what is being proposed would be significantly more expensive than the other option.
I think.
Based upon our current numbers that are.
The current numbers say that, yes,
Right.
sir.
Okay.
And I don't believe the 164, and I don't believe the 364. Will it be more expensive to build beside it? Yes, it will. If you don't do that in your rail bank, then you lose the corridor forever, in my view. So that's your decision at the end of the day. Do you lose the corridor, or do you spend some extra money building the trail along and keep the corridor, or the rail line, I should say? Corridor remains there either way. And let these business opportunities, tourist opportunities, and the other thing work. That's really what it boils down to.
Right,
for
but
me.
based upon our numbers, preserving the corridor is going to be a couple $100 million.
If you believe those numbers, I don't believe any of those. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Meach,
just to make sure it's clear, the motion to delay and to table is not to make a stand for one way or the other. It's to provide time to ask these questions, to go through the study, to read the other study that's mentioned in this resolution, the feasibility study that I didn't even know existed until I read the resolution today, and to allow the public comment period to take place. So it's
That's
not
clear.
to choose one side or the other. It's simply to give us more time, because the
You were clear.
CTB will still be here next month. And so we will pick the best decision for the Commonwealth and the taxpayers, simply asking for more time.
as will VPRA. Mr. Good.
Mr. Chairman, I now that we've reopened the discussion, 2 points. One, I don't think my email box will take another round of this without exploding. So if I get injured and you hear I'm in the hospital, it'll be because my email exploded. But the second, and I think more important thing is, part of my job is I'm in real estate and I do business. I had a very simplistic transaction last year. Two sellers, one buyer, me, two parcels. And the title work and everything else, there was a glitch. There was a glitch on a survey. It ended up taking an extended amount of time. I think we've got to think about, we do have a warning that we should do this before May. I think that if we started today with a positive result of this resolution and set everything in motion, and with the provision that other participants be considered, we're not going to get done by May, and this whole thing might become a moot point, and there won't be necessarily the saving of the rail or the ability to put the trail in.
All right, folks, we've had plenty of discussion. We're in the middle of a vote here. Mr. Gribben, I gave you a little license.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'll abstain.
He's going to. All right, so Mr. Lawson, did you abstain as well? Yeah. So the vote is 6-6, is that correct?
That is correct.
The vote is 6-6. The vote turns to the chairman to break the tie, and the chairman votes against delay. All right?
Point of order, is that allowed? Because you had two abstentions. Do you now get a tiebreaker
Tiebreaker's a tiebreaker, man. It is. Doesn't matter how many people you have, as long as you have a quorum, if you have a tie, the chairman breaks the tie. All right, so that motion was defeated. So Mr. Good's motion remains on the floor. That motion is to proceed as he read. And so let's go back to this again. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
So let's go through the hands, Mr. Good. The ayes to proceed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The ayes to not proceed. Excuse me, the hands to not proceed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The vote is 6 to 6 again. The chairman will break a tie, and we will proceed. That's the vote. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the action on regulatory reduction program and final regulatory amendments, rules and regulations of the administration of waysides and rest areas, and rules and regulations for the administration of parking lots and environs. Mr. Hofricker, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Secretary Miller, members of the board. I request your approval of resolution so we can move forward on combining the regulations for the waysides, rest areas, parking lots and environs, and make the changes as detailed earlier today.
Are there comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Dunlop moves. Mr. Davis, Mr. Good second. Who seconded? Mr. Good seconded. All right, is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Ms. McGee, is this the proverbial swan song?
Wow. Maybe I'll
It's a
stay
little
after
scary, Ms. McGee. Item number 14, action on the next-gen traffic operations data service contract award.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. You will recall I was here a couple of months ago to tell you about this procurement we had just initiated to procure a next-generation traffic operations data service. And I'm happy to be here today to let you know how that process went and to hopefully get your approval to award the contract. So as you will recall, the purpose of this project is essentially to enhance road safety through real-time monitoring and predictive analytics using high-fidelity, low-latency data. It is not our intention to own the devices through which that data is collected, but to instead procure data as a service. So we went, as a reminder, the corridor is the segment of I-95 here in the Richmond District from Sliding Hill Road, which is exit 86, to Arthur Ashe Boulevard, exit 78. Those of you here in the Richmond District will be very familiar with that segment and the challenges that exist therein. So just to fill you in on the process, we did issue the RFP in August with a closing date of October 6th. It was a very aggressive schedule, but I'm happy to say we did receive 8 proposals. All of those proposals were reviewed and scored. We went through several rounds, including in-person demonstrations with the top 3 teams. From that, the top 2 were selected for negotiation, and on the basis of that final value cost ratio scores, the team selected Cavnu LLC to be our data service provider. So I just want to briefly walk through some of the things that made us believe that Cavnu is the right choice for this project. Their proposal does provide continuous coverage throughout this roadway segment, which was really important to us. Again, that high fidelity, low latency, lane level data was really, really important to us. They do have a proven track record with a similar initiative in Michigan and several other deployments in other states, Florida and Georgia, Georgia for sure, where they are have projects underway. They do have a partnership with Haas Alerts that is a proven path to in-vehicle alerts, which was another thing we were really interested in. Obviously, this high fidelity data will be really important to us in our TOC and taking steps to address emergencies along the corridor, but we also want the ability to provide that information directly to drivers so that they can also respond accordingly and improve safety. They took the time through the proposal process to learn more about how our TOCs operate so that they could demonstrate data analytics that support that operation. And we felt that that was a really good indication of their commitment to what we see as the goals of this project. They also were able to demonstrate a working interface for our TOC operators that was fairly simple, so as to minimize the workload on those operators. So on the basis of all of this information, VDOT recommends that you approve and authorize the commissioner to execute the contract with CAVNU LLC to provide the next generation traffic operations data service. Before you ask, because I imagine you will, the cost of the project is $16.96 million to get us to full data service. Then we have, that's 4 years of getting set up and providing data, and then a little over $1 million, $1.33, $1.37 million each year for additional terms at the Commonwealth, at the department's decision. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions?
Comment before I motion to approve.
Yes, sir.
This is a very challenging stretch of road. I am from the Richmond district, very familiar with this stretch of road. It's very challenging. It pleases me to make the motion to approve this, and I'm happy that it was selected, so thank you.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lawson seconded. Is there further discussion? Mr. Minshew.
I just want, Mr. Secretary, I think we've heard the last presentation from Ms. McGee before this board, and I'd note that at a time when we are welcoming into the governor's mansion our first woman governor, we have heard from the highest ranking woman ever to ascend in leadership in VDOT. She has 30 years of transportation and planning expertise. And as the chair noted, she must have started in her teens to achieve that number of years.
She was not a teenager, she was 11.
So it's only appropriate to note as she gives her last presentation, the immense appreciation of her work over the years.
Did you approve it?
We have a motion. We have a second. We're not going to have a vote. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions?
One, I'll abstain.
Abstain. Thank you, sir. Mr. Gribben abstains. Ms. McGee, thank you so much. God bless you. Now, Mr. Coker, how you going to leave me here?
Yeah.
You're batting 100% today, aren't you? You batting 100%?
We're looking really good, sir.
All right, let's go.
All right. Mr. Secretary and members of the board, I have 7 projects today for your consideration in excess of $5 million. First up is Order N24 in the Stanton District. This is UPC 116280. This is a 3-lane road widening on northbound, southbound. This is on Interstate 81 in the city of Harrisonburg. We received 5 bids with a low bid of just under $219 million from Triton Construction. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval.
Thank you, Mr. Good. I got a motion. Do I have a second from Mr. Laird? Any further comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Thank you, Mr. Coker. Number 2.
Order 162 in the Bristol District. This is UPC 127276. This is a 2026 plant mix project on the primary systems in Russell, Tazewell, and Buchanan counties. We received 2 bids. Low bid contractor was WL Construction Paving with a bid of $6.5 million. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Chairman, move approval.
Folks moves, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Coleman seconds. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you. Order number 165, Mr. Coker.
Yes, sir. This project is also in the Bristol District. This is UPC 127285. This is a 2026 plant mix project on the primary systems in Russell County. We received 2 bids. Low bidder again was WL Construction and Paving with a bid of $5.2 million. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Motion to approve, Mr. Folks. Mr. Folks moves it. Is there a second? Ms. Dunlop seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 344, Mr. Coker.
Yes, sir. This project is in the Lynchburg District. This is UPC 126197. This is a 2026 plant mix project on the primary system. It's a rubblization of the 460 bypass around Appomattox County. We received 3 bids. Low bidder was Superior Paving with a bid of $8.7 million. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Is there a motion to approve? Ms. Green moves.
Second.
Ms. Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. With any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 495 in the Richmond District, Mr. Coker.
Yes, sir. We have multiple UPCs in this project. This is a 2026 plant mix project on the primary and secondary systems in Dinwiddie, Nottoway, and Prince George counties. We received 3 bids. A low bid of $8.3 million from Colony Construction is within range, and I recommend award.
Is there a motion to approve, Mr. Davis?
So moved.
Is there a second? Mr. Lawson seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. With any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 560 in the Hampton Roads District, Mr. Coker.
Yes, sir. We have 2 UPCs on this one. This is a 2026 plant mix project on the primary and secondary systems in various counties. We received 2 bids. The low bidder was Branscombe with a bid of $5.9 million. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Mr. Stant. Move approval. Mr. Stant moves, and Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. With any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number N47 in the Hampton Roads District. Is this a bike lane project, Mr. Coleman? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, sir, it is not.
I just didn't know if Mr. Coleman was going to second it or not. I didn't know. All right, go ahead.
This is order N47 in the Hampton Roads District. This is UPC 107430. This is a sound wall repair project in the city of Portsmouth. We received 4 bids. The low bidder was Kokosin Construction Company with a bid of $5.8 million. It is within range, and I recommend award.
You know, before we take this, I'm going to let one parting sort of comment about all this stuff. These sound walls are really expensive, and they have to be maintained. And I'm not suggesting we shouldn't have them. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just suggesting we just keep building, and we keep building, and we got more and more and more and more maintenance. And as I've gotten a little bit older in my life, I'm turning into like everybody else. I have too many things and too many things to take care of, and I'd like to have a lot less. Now, that doesn't transfer. We got to do what we got to do here, and sound walls are an important part of what we do. But just recognize we're gonna do some sound wall repair, and we just spent almost $6 million on that, and that will continue. So, we have a motion, Mr. Stant. Yes, sir, we do. And we have a second, Mr. Coleman. Yes, you do. Awesome. And do we have any further discussion? That's even better. So, do we have a motion to approve and a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So, folks, we have come to the end of a long run. 4 years here in this, and I even got flowers. Ms. Sellers, that was I'm very thankful and very gracious for you to do that. I appreciate it very much.
All of us, sir.
Well, she didn't put all your names on it. She just put her own name.
He didn't allow me to do
It
that.
doesn't say Laura Sellers, doesn't say CTB. I mean, it doesn't say the group, doesn't say CTB, it says Laura Sellers.
Well, that's
Thank
what
you
they,
so
that's what the
much.
box says.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. As I've told you, and I'm not going to belabor, we've had plenty of work to do here today, but we do have a little bit of new business, and I'm going to call on Dr. Smoot.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. And I want to offer for consideration by the board a resolution commending Joanne Perry Maxwell. Wave over there, Joanne. Whereas Joanne Perry Maxwell served as Director of Governance and Legislative Affairs for the Virginia Department of Transportation from 2011 to 2025. Whereas Ms. Maxwell brought to her tenure at VDOT a dedicated record of leadership and experience in the public sector, serving as Senior Assistant Attorney General at the Office of the Attorney General from 2007 to 2011, as Director of Policy, Legislative, Legal, and Regulatory Affairs at the Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles from 2004 to 2007, as Assistant Attorney General, I hope they paid you separately for all these things, as Assistant Attorney General at the Office of the Attorney General from 2003 to 2004, and began her state service at the Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles from 1999 to 2003, whereas Ms. Waxwell holds a Juris Doctorate degree from William and Mary Law School, formerly the Marshall Wythe School of Law, a Master of Science degree in Environmental Health from Old Dominion University, and a Bachelor of Science degree in Medical Technology from Old Dominion University. Whereas Ms. Maxwell diligently and tirelessly has played a significant role in transportation for the Commonwealth, conducting research, consulting, and presenting on legislative and regulatory matters for the Virginia Department of Transportation, and serving on special assignment to the Office of the Secretary of Transportation from 2024 to 2025, whereas providing invaluable service to the Virginia Department of Transportation, her leadership, commitment, and insight have earned Ms. Maxwell the admiration and respect of the Commonwealth Transportation Board and the staff at the Virginia Department of Transportation. Whereas the Commonwealth Transportation Board wishes to express its appreciation to Ms. Maxwell for her 26 years of state service to the Commonwealth, now therefore be it resolved by the Commonwealth Transportation Board that the members of this board hereby extend to Joanne Perry Maxwell their highest commendation and gratitude for her years of outstanding service on behalf of the citizens of the Commonwealth, and convey their best wishes to her in all future endeavors.
Chairman, please.
I just want to say it's been an honor, and there's never been a dull moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Stant. We have, did we motion, we didn't motion and second that yet. We've got a motion.
Can't second.
Mr. Stant, we have a second, right? Did we do all that? We didn't take the vote yet. We already applauded her, and we haven't decided whether we're giving it to her or not. I gave it to her. I'm a little premature, I'm sorry. So we have a motion and a second, and I want you to, all in favor, stand up and give her another round of applause. Now, just a couple other items. Because you all love me so much. I guess 2010, now we're 2026, so 16 years I've been doing this, 12 years on the board. I took a small rester along the way. And just to watch what's happened over that 16-year period and how profoundly different, Randy, it is now than it was in 2010 because of people like you Governor McDonald and others. And now we've changed this from, a lot of different sort of processes we had to the process we have now is just fundamentally awesome. And so I think we leave you in good hands. We have an exceptional board, but understand in my office that, we brought over Joanne because we needed some help. Thank you, Steve, for loaning them. And I will tell you something about the commissioner, and I've told you this before. Joanne came to help us, right? We took John Scrivani out of VDOT because we needed him at a higher level, and he ran VDEM for the state. We took Mr. Osmond out of IT at VDOT, running IT at VDOT, and took him to the state level because we needed him. And that was all because of Steve. We didn't go in the dark of night and snatch him away and take him and kidnap him. Steve said, okay, I got somebody that can help you. And that's just fantastic, right? That's what being a team is about. And so I got the same thing in my team. So I got John Lawson. John, how many years? 38 years, right here, 38 years, former CFO, and has served 2 governors in the Secretary's office. I could not have done it without him. Phenomenal brain, phenomenal history, phenomenal, I call him my human file cabinet, and he is. He's just been phenomenal. He will end his service with me next week, so. Jacob Mitchell, the young guy, now joined us as an assistant, now a deputy. Jacob's career isn't over. It's just getting started. But Jacob came to us full of energy and intelligence. Randy Rex, he's a Hampton Sydney Tiger too, so we got a little bit of help there. So Jacob has been invaluable to our office, has just really grown as somebody there, started with sort of zero transportation, zero government, if you will, and he's just been exceptional. So Jacob, you've got a great career ahead of you, a great run, and we look forward to watching you keep it up. Good work. And we have others who are not here. Elizabeth took over as EA. She's not here in the room today, but she's also a younger folk who's got a great career ahead of her, and she's lined up and getting ready to go to Germany for some fun and then come back to a job, so we're excited about her. And, we've had a cast over the years, Michael Sargent, our WMATA expert. Whenever we talk about WMATA, I'm looking around the room looking for Michael, because there's a lot to know about WMATA. He knows a lot more than I know about it, I can tell you that. But we've had a great run. And finally, nobody's talked about Carol, right? None of this happens without Carol Mathis, right? And I think are you the secretary or what's your position? Yeah. You're the board. She's the assistant board secretary, but the truth is she's just in charge, right? And Carol has been here a few years, Carol, a few years. And she makes all this work, right? And she deals with all the stuff that we give her at the last minute. She makes everything, all the logistics work. And, wow, Carol, you've been fantastic, phenomenal. Thank you for everything you do. And then, the audience. This is where the real work happens, folks. Out here, all these folks that are still here, they're where the real work happens, so. God bless them, and keep up the good work. That's it. How about them? We are adjourned.